Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Maybe rewind it a little bit.
No horse dewormer or parasitic is going to take care of that.
What? Hold on.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily horse dewormer. It's FDA approved, and it's honestly, I've had COVID twice, and it's helped me.
Yeah.
So, and my fiance, who's 300 pounds.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Hold on here. In my situation here. All these different buttons.
This music's
Seth,
good.
what are you chucking clouds right before we went on the air?
No, sir, no clouds
yes,
over
you
here.
did.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
No,
you
sir. No chucking clouds.
Chucking
It's
clouds.
Jewish
Get the
holiday.
Febreze.
Listen.
Oh!
Get the Febreze again.
That's like squirting a cat.
It's my right to breathe clean air, unweeded out air in my studio. Now, listen, I'm fine with weed, but I just when I'm in here in the studio,
Seth's in my mic 4, sir.
What do you mean?
He moved.
He's sitting on mic 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seth. Okay, hello.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Sound great.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, Seth. Honest to God, let me ask you a question. Would you want to, on the days that you're not, that there's there's hardly anybody ever there, do you want to start just doing it from down there and abandon your up here area?
I just chucked one cloud.
No, I'm not saying it's because of the cloud chucking, but you are in closer proximity to me when you're up here and you chuck them. Whereas if you were down there and you chucked, it might not make it to me. But we're literally within 5 feet of each other.
I shouldn't be chucking. I get a little too comfortable sometimes, and I just get too lazy to walk outside, Bubba.
And you just chuck them up. Man, and then it starts to come. I can actually see it in the lights. It starts making its way over here, and then it settles on me like dew. and then I'm like, man. Then I would think I would have the right for me to go, bam, give it a couple little, hit that actual chuck cloud with a dose of Febreze, and then Lummy, that just takes it. That takes the cloud right on down because it's got something of substance. It
Weighs it down a little bit.
Yeah, weighs it down and it masks its THC smell into some fresh linen. I don't know.
There's nothing fresh about this. It smells like a preschool, Bubba.
Primetime's Toys, $50. And T-shirt Will, $25.
Oh my God! Thank you both for the early contras. Appreciate it.
I think Seth was feeling comfortable because he was getting into his stories about how he used to switch tags on jerseys to $9.99 from $199.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was such a thief. I really didn't. I didn't know that he was so maniacal.
I'm a cloud chucking thief.
when you go home today, you can go, honey, I learned something about myself. What? I'm a cloud chucking thief. And she'd be like, all right, I already knew that.
I have a dark past and a dark present, but yeah, well, you know, it's
I have a dark future too.
Let me start talking about
badass.
for Seth's today before the show started. Seth yells out to Lummy, when do you think that do you think the Lightning has the balls to do 50% off all 91 jerseys today? Steven Stamkos. And Lummy goes, I'm going to tell you, one time after they got rid of Vinny LeCavalier, I went to TJ Maxx in Carrollwood, and they had them, and they were authentic. They were the Blue Block authentic ones, and I got it for like $19 or something. And then Seth goes, well, I'll tell you what I did one time is I went to Target or
Sports
Authority, and I switched the tags on one and put a $9.99 tag on like a $200 jersey, and they never did nothing about it.
I don't know why I did that. It was a Kobe Bryant jersey I got. Rest in peace.
I know. And it was probably what, $100 jersey?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you put a $9.99 price tag on it.
That's right.
And got
I think I took it off a Sean Kemp jersey they had on sale.
Sean Bradley.
I don't know why I did that because I'm not really down with stealing.
Man, that's maniacal stealing right there. That's premeditated. Switching the tags. Then when were you checking out?
I was a troubled youth, Bubba.
That's why Sports Authority went out of business.
When you were
exactly. Seth submarine.
I can't do that on Amazon at all. It's
when you're checking out. Were you so afraid that all of a sudden she was going to go? All of a sudden, these two big security guards come up and say, "Sir, come with us." Because
I must have not had my
switcheroo.
My anxiety must have not been fully developed back then because I would have gone, okay.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, normally you would have been sweating in line and profusely and nervous, right?
Yeah, and I would have just gone, what's worst case scenario? Well, that I get arrested and beaten and then my life's over. But I never went that far, and I just think I was going to go, oh, I didn't know it was on the rack like this. I think I had a very simple,
real Donald Trump like swag. Like, hey man, it's on the it's on the rack. You guys might. I mean, like you guys are the ones that put the wrong price tag on
That's
it.
the whole thing. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I don't know. So
kind of like a Larry David moment, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think that was probably the last time I stole.
That's the last time you stole?
Well, I mean, when I worked at Bell's, I got fired because I let my buddy use my employee discount card within my probationary period. So I got fired for that, and they told me that I owed them the difference of the discount he got, which was $18. So that could be considered stealing.
Now, did you have to pay him?
I never did, but they wanted me to. I just didn't get my last paycheck.
Which was probably more than 18.
A wash.
And that's how much of a good businessman you are.
I can
pay 18 and get my $1.20 paycheck, or I can just not pay it and I lose my $1.20 paycheck.
Well, sometimes you just want to just end things with Bells and you just don't want to have any more association. So I was good at the time, Bubba.
How many places have you worked?
Oh God!
Oh, I mean, come on. I mean,
no. I mean, just I've worked at. we could go through all my places that I've worked, even as a kid, and it's not that many. But I mean, I got a feeling that you really,
non-radio jobs.
Yeah.
Just non-radio.
No, yeah, don't include radio in any of those jobs. Just other jobs other than radio. Let me see. My first job was the Warsaw Park Department when I was 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And then I'd worked at these are all summer jobs. And then I worked at Explorer Van.
They did the customizations, right?
Right. I did the installation. I was the installation. I had to do insulation. So because the vans are cargo, and before they put the walls on there, if you don't put any insulation between the wall and where the van, the outside of the metal,
yes,
the frame, so to speak, then it's not, you got to really pack it. When they put that wall on, it's got to be real puffy because it's packed full of insulation. Well, I'm the one that had to waller my fat ass in the cargo van, use a spray gun, spray the metal with this glue, and then throw the insulation up. And before the truck was coming up, like there were assembly lines, and you'd look at it and see if it was a Ford or a Chevy, because they had different links, because you had to pre-cut. You had to have all your insulation pre-cut because insulation comes in, big rolls. So, like, you had to cut one at, like, 51 inches, and that was, like, in section 1. And then section 2 were, like, 48. You need 3 48s. And then section 3, you needed, like, 1 46. Because, symmetrically, a van's built, it's built different. So I had to lay in that job sucked.
Rodney Jackson said Explorer van's still here in Warsaw.
Yeah, no, it still is.
Nice.
Absolutely. Then after
Did you
that,
have any kind of ventilator or anything like that? Or did you just breathe that gas or that glue right in?
Yeah, straight fiberglass and glue mixture is probably what made me what I am today. And then and then after that, my next job was a bouncer at Jubilation nightclub in Terre Haute. And that's where I met Kerry Gray and how I got into radio.
How many people did you jack up?
Oh, God, we used to, back in the 80s, you could jack people up.
I know, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, I mean, I would strategically, pick who I was going to jack up. I wasn't going to jack up, Doug Arnold, the starting nose guard for Indiana State that was 6'6",
Well, did you have like
280.
Did you have a partner?
Yeah, I did.
Was he big?
I did. Now, he was okay. But, like, if a guy would, give lippy, man, you'd literally just jack him up. Like, put him in a full chicken wing and then just take him right outside and literally throw him down to the curb.
Just as the bodyguard of Jubilation, you have all those rights and freedoms?
No, you don't. You violated like 16 guys. You violated the guy. The guy has like 5 or 6 civil suits on you before he hits the door. No.
But there's no cameras, no cell phones.
There was nothing.
And most people let the bouncers go because, usually it was the bouncer, the establishment versus the drunk.
Right.
And the drunk always loses that argument to the police.
And the cops would come down, and the guy would be drunk, because that's why we were getting him out of the club, because he was hitting on chicks or grabbing asses or trying to start fights. This is back when nightclubs were big and they had huge dance floors, and like if a guy stepped on your shoe or something like that, maybe there'd be a fight. Or 2 dudes was going. It was just the standard nightclub stuff. So we, the bouncers, were not drunk. And we were, the cops would come and they'd be like, hey, man, they said that you, beat him up and hit his head against the wall on the cigarette machine on the way out. Remember those cigarette machines?
Yeah, with the big knobs you pull.
Yeah. They were big and bulky, and you could put a guy's head onto the side of them, man, real nice.
Yeah, they decided not to be carried out of the bar.
Yeah, so a lot of times we get a guy that was a little bit wily, we'd know to try to bash his head into the cigarette machine on the way out.
There was a bar in Tallahassee. They used to call it giving you the door, and the door opened in, and they'd throw you into the door like it was going to open out, and it wouldn't give it all, and the guy would end up with a massive head injury every time.
So the cops would come, and here's this guy be like, I'm trying something. These guys threw me out of the club, and I hurt my head, and everything, and that's bull crap, and I want to press charges. And we were like, officer, he was on the dance floor grabbing girls' butts. Couple girls came up to us, asked us to tell him to stop. We told him to stop. He told us to pretty much pack sand, that we were stupid. And at that point, we feel he'd been overserved and he needed to leave. We asked him to walk out nicely, and he wouldn't, of course. And so we put hands on him and drug him outside. The cops would be like, okay, that's all I need to hear.
Is this the story you made up, Bubba?
No, that was a story for everybody.
Okay.
Same story.
Yeah. If you say, hey, Dan will tell you, man, if you stay consistent on your stories and you don't ever waver, chances are you got a better chance of getting out of it.
Oh, definitely.
Right.
No matter what you're doing. No matter what you're doing.
And it doesn't matter, man. Every night, every bouncer, we had gotten together, and, the owner, his name was Hassan, I swear to God, and he told us what we had to say. So we had to memorize it, Yes, officer, he was at the bar being disruptive. There was a couple different variations. It matters whether
there was a violation, a warning, and then a continued violation, and then an attempt to remove him, and then resistance.
So the owner, Hassan, who was like, Middle Eastern or something like that. And, he was very, 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 very up to speed on covering his ass, because he owns a nightclub and has a very coveted liquor license and all that kind of stuff. So, like, if you removed a guy from the bar, the actual bar area, this is the story. Sir, the bartender cut him off because he was overserved. And at that point, he became irate and became demanding to get more drinks. And so we walked up to him and asked him, sir, we feel you've been overserved. Let us call you a cab or something, but we were going to have to ask you to leave. And at that point, he became belligerent and, said he was not leaving. And so we put hands on him and drug him outside. And that's where he is right here. Boom. And so that was that story. And so you notice, we always, within the story, it always starts with like an overserve. It always starts with, we asked nicely for him to leave. He then said no, and we had to put hands on him.
Right.
There was like an equation.
You guys weren't doing any rapes or sexual assaults, were you? And coming up with stories for those?
No,
okay.
Hell no.
Okay.
But some of the guys, though, that we had to throw out over the years, like back in the 80s, people were far more handsy than they were now.
You mean by handsy, like grabbing girls?
Yeah, grab a girl's ass.
People are way more handsy now, Bubba. Trust me.
Yeah,
way more handsy.
In the 2000s, they were handsy.
It's the preservatives have made us much more horny.
Yeah, red dye number 40.
Man, you really like that Mike 4 too, don't you? I think you like it.
Oh, I don't know. Am I on fire over here or what?
No, you are. I mean, you are on fire, my friend. Be careful what you wish for. You chucked one that got you moved, and now you might just stay there full time.
Well, I just like to breathe, man. It's just one of the things in life.
Is it being too close to me kind of messes up your mojo a little bit, you think?
No. It's just I don't draw a lot of energy up there because you have your own energy field that nobody can penetrate, and I'm kind of like in a dark hole. And then there's all this light, and Dr. Dan smiling and Lummy smiling down here, and
so it looks like it's like you're not having to be with Dad anymore. You're getting to hang out with Mom.
I'm not in the sidecar. I'm like driving my own motorcycle.
Well, you almost got like over VIP'd, where you're so exclusive up there. You're away from the crowd, away from the people.
I mean, maybe we need to talk about you moving down there.
I think it's something worth talking about.
I mean, is it something that you would want to do?
I think we're just gonna have to crunch the numbers and see what's best for the show and the financials.
I think the Anna stench wore off that area. So.
You know what? It did, because I did not even think about her until you just brought her up.
Way to go, Dr. Dan.
No, it's all good.
I think it's been like exercised out of there.
No, but I mean, I think Dan bringing it up makes it, it now validates that it's been deonetized.
No, it has, yeah.
Like where nobody even thinks about, like, oh my God, he's an honest spawn. No, that she's so far gone and off of our radar that's just Mike 4 now.
And that's how it should be, and that's how it's labeled up there on your board, and I like it.
Well, I'm going to turn your other one down.
Hey, well, I'll be back up there later, Daddy. Don't worry.
Well, hold on.
I'd like to rotate. Musical chairs.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, dude, I just came down here just because I couldn't breathe. I mean, I would.
Yeah, but it seems like you like it down there, bud.
I'm good anywhere. I'm.
Well, let's be honest. That's a false statement.
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm good anywhere. You mean you're very, very particular on a lot of different things, so you're not just good anywhere.
Yeah, but in the room, unless I'm on the couch and I can't really perform because I'm the slouch on the couch, I'm good anywhere on here.
Taking a hack at my couch. He was like, we did.
Dude, the couch sucks, man. Like you can't.
You lay back. You're too relaxed.
It's the same one for the podcast. Like I'm just sinking in it the whole time. Give me something stiff, man.
Yeah,
I'll give you something stiff.
Oh God, that was so.
Yeah.
It was it not?
Morning Zoo on Z100.
I'll give you something stiff, buddy. Oh yeah.
Morning Zoo on Z100.
Dan, do you get mad when you get Zookeep?
No, I giggle. I think it's funny.
Dan, you're rich. You probably know about stiff couches and stuff. There's slouchy couches, then there's probably a nice, stiff, comfortable couch.
Exactly. I thought we were going to put like a piece of wood or something like that to stiffen it up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, as you talked about.
We're going to try. I don't know. We might just buy a new couch.
No, just a stiff cushion.
Yeah, you don't need to buy a new couch. Those couches have been, 25, 30 years?
No, Bubba just said that there was somebody else that would just give us their hand-me-down couches. Like, somebody's always looking to get rid of a couch.
But I mean, I don't want a hand-me-down couch. You don't know where it came from.
Let's have a tacky-ass couch up there, like Grandma's house.
Like a 70s show, like one of those really crappy ones.
So you're saying like a flowered one with Viz Queen on it? You know what? That might be actually a pretty good gimmick, that we get like a real 70s flowered one.
With the plastic on it?
And we wrap it in plastic.
I mean, why not, Bubba?
We might, you know why? Because people would automatically know.
It's a joke?
Well, yeah. Because as soon as you see somebody with a flowered couch wrapped in plastic, then you instantaneously think of your grandma back in the 70s and 80s.
Let me talk to Craig and Rio today and see if they got a bead down and if anybody in the hood was looking to get rid of it.
One.
I know.
I bet there's one.
Oh, they could have one probably.
And the African-American community, they really like to they really like to cover their couches the most.
I never got that, man. Like, I don't.
Here's the deal. You could have it for like 2-3 years with its plastic on, and then cut off the plastic, and it's brand new. It's brand new.
Yep.
It's literally brand new.
My aunt, I remember when I was a kid, my aunt got a car and she got cloth seats and then covered it in plastic. I'm like, why didn't you just get the leather seats? It was just the same price, you know?
Well, I mean, Dan, not everybody's.
It was the same price. So the money she spent covering the stupid cloth seats with plastic so that now you're sitting on plastic instead of leather.
In Florida?
Yeah.
Man, that plastic would melt.
I was going to say, what kind of plastic?
Yeah.
Still plastic?
She was kind of going back and forth from Florida to Pittsburgh, but still.
So anyway, Macho Man, I don't know, Macho, if you're not freaked out or not, but the hurricane that you've been looking at is now strengthening, and it is hit Category 5 at the earliest of any hurricane ever.
Yep.
And so, I mean,
Atlantic hurricane, yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I got a text message from Macho at, let's see here, what's that, 5:04 a.m.
Hurricane Burnell, or what's it called? Is that what it is?
Barrel. He sent me a text at 5:04, said the city of Plant City has their sandbag machine out, and if you need any sandbags, please let me know.
They're saying, wait, they're getting ready just for hurricane season?
It's going to Mexico.
I don't know. It's 5:04 a.m. I'm not texting them back. I'm on my way here.
It's not anywhere near us.
But he did. I mean, it is a Cat 5 already.
It's already turning. Look at that.
See?
Already got it turning.
Oh, God.
I think you're a bigger hypochondriac on the weather than you are your body.
Remember Irma? He would have died when Irma was coming, or Charlie, or one of those hurricanes.
Now,
where they were like, it's coming straight here.
Mach, are you the kind of guy, Mach, that when one's coming and then it breaks off last minute and doesn't hit us, but they still clear up until it's like 3 days. But for 3 weeks prior to those 3 days, they're like, oh yeah, Tampa, you're gonna get it. Tampa's direct hit. It's the first one that's hit Tampa since 1922. Let me tell you, if you live in Tampa or St. Pete,
we got that Indian burial ground protecting us or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so everybody in Tampa goes, Are you the kind of guy, Macho, that actually boards up the windows and does that?
No, because when they say it's going to hit Tampa, it's not going to hit Tampa.
Well, I know, but now you're eating.
It never hits Tampa.
Now you're eating your own logic.
No, he's saying, but now that they're saying it's going to hit Mexico, it's going to hit Tampa.
Yeah. But Macho, no matter where they say it hits, it's never going to hit Tampa. They don't hit Tampa.
It's happened before, Dan.
But here's the deal. Hold on. There's not even one spaghetti model that shows it even going this way.
Not even one.
Not even
I
one.
think Mach does his own spaghetti models, though.
I'm sure he does.
You got to look at the water vapor loop. See?
Okay.
Oh, God.
And what does the water vapor loop say?
It actually shows you where the moisture's going in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and if the high pressure system weakens, Bubba, that means that the storm's going to turn our way.
Oh, okay.
The Bermuda High?
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway.
Dude, we're the biggest weather experts, just as Floridians. We're the biggest weather experts, I think, in the country. Just from the hurricanes, and all we know is just what they've told us. But we all act like we're experts.
I think we go through more weather than most people.
Yeah.
Because most people like if you live in Indiana, you got fall, winter, spring, but really the only thing that's really could be catastrophic at times would maybe during the wintertime, you might get 2 or 3 snowstorms that are, pretty significant that could cause you to maybe not be able to, if you lived on a rural road and it's drifted over, and if you didn't have 4-wheel drive, you couldn't maybe make it to work. And they call school off. They call school off like 3 or 4 times in Indiana. Like,
do they have tornadoes there too?
Oh yeah. So those are like hurricanes. Like they're really not going to hit you, So in Indiana, you got tornadoes and snowstorms. That's it. Here in Florida, man, I guess really all we have is hurricanes, right?
And we have lightning storms that are catastrophically intense.
There's tornadoes too.
Not much.
Sinkholes?
Yes.
Yeah, but really all we have to worry about is these effing these hurricanes, and we even have a season for it. Like Indiana really didn't have
That's like a snow season?
Yeah, we don't have snow season because sometimes in Indiana it'll snow in Thanksgiving, and other times it won't snow till, February 1st.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like there's been times where Warsaw, Indiana didn't get any really, just a couple little dustings, but nothing of any significant value at all. They'll go a whole winter and get like maybe 4 or 5 inches the entire winter. Whereas they'll go through winters and they'll get, 82 inches.
Hey, I'm not trying to squirrel you at all, but have you checked up on the weather in North Carolina since I forgot you're going there this weekend?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I didn't know if it's hot or if you get a nice little nice chill breeze.
Oh, I'm sure.
Off the mountaintops.
I probably should look into that, but I've been so very busy.
Doing what?
Well, don't forget
Gator Nationals.
I guess right now it's looks like where it's kind of close to high 86.
Oh, that's not bad.
Tara said it was going to be so much cooler.
No, it is. I mean,
Cool
it's somewhere. It's a big city next to where you're at, so it's going to get cooler the farther you go up the mountain.
And also, the higher up the mountain is probably 5-10 degrees
Well,
less.
Tara says like it's 6,200 feet.
Yeah, so it's going to be like probably in the high 70s.
Like it's almost a mile up or something.
So
It's
I don't know
actually
exactly what
6,200
city you're going to exactly.
What's that, Lemmy?
I don't know exactly the name of the city you're going to. I just know
Well,
the
Tara
area.
says the elevation is like 6,243 feet. Does
That's
that
higher
make-
than a mile.
Does she get range anxiety with her Tesla in the mountains?
I don't think that she.
Don't buy a Tesla watch.
I think she flew up there. She flew up there and they rented a car, and I don't think it's a Tesla.
Of course not. They're POSs.
Okay.
He's so full of rage today.
He's so full of rage today. Why are you raging so hard today, bud?
Biden speech.
I'm fine.
This is fine.
Was it about Biden before? Was that what it was?
By the
Lemmy?
way, I'm waiting for
In the
Dan.
storm.
I'm waiting for Dan because he's a legal expert. But my God, most of the news was all about this Biden Supreme Court. It's oh my God, it's everywhere. People are full hot on it.
I got an update on the weather from your sister. It's 75 for the high and 57 for the low.
Oh, wonderful.
That's nice.
Oh, it's gonna be crispy.
That's nice.
That is nice.
That's nice.
Are you going today, Bubba?
I'm not telling people my travel plans.
Oh,
Okay.
You feel like people are going to wait for you at the airport like wrestlers?
No. No.
Like
I'm in fear of somebody.
Roman Reigns getting off the plane,
No.
getting my 8x10 signed.
Unfortunately, this is the life that I live in. I'm afraid of some hater canceling my reservation.
What do you mean? What, your flight?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I don't know, but I'm sure they can figure it out.
Figure out his confirmation number.
I just
right.
don't want people knowing.
Has it happened to you before?
I just don't want people knowing my business.
Okay.
He's a man of the mystery.
I have been I'm still not mysterious. I post what I'm doing and things like that, but I just don't like. I've been so transparent in my life that it's hurt me, and it just allows people more information to use against me and to troll me. And so I'm just trying to, not tell people, well, today I leave at 4 o'clock and I get in at Charlotte at, 7:30, and then I got a rental car from Hertz, and then I'm,
Well, you should leave your car here, Bubba, and, take an Uber to the airport.
That's what I'm going to do. I got it handled. Trust me, I got it handled. Not going to tell you whether it's today or tomorrow.
Sounds like you're leaving town today.
Oh, perhaps. My friend.
Just from me putting the pieces together, context clues, if Tara's telling you the weather right now.
Detective Seth.
Yeah, that's great, Detective Seth.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
I'm just trying to find out when I can come use the gym, not be bothered.
Never.
Well, I mean, what are you going to know if you're in North Kakalaki?
Well, if I'm here
I'll tell
doing
you
the
why.
goats, you want me to...
I'll tell you how I know.
You've let me in before, Lemmy.
I'm telling you how you know. I might change the door code.
No.
And only give it to Macho Man and Lummy.
Ooh.
Lummy's easy to shake down for door codes, Bubba.
Lummy,
No.
if I change the door code because I didn't want him in here during the vacation, I assure you that you would not tell him.
No, I would not.
No.
That's hurtful, Bubba.
I would report to you the minute I saw him pull into the parking lot.
It's hurtful that you would try to sneak in a workout.
It's hurtful that you would try to hinder the.
Let the mic's off.
That's fine.
What happened?
Don't nothing.
Okay.
So now what, Lummy? I mean, what, Brett?
Seth? What, Brett?
Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
I don't know. I thought I was trying to talk.
I know you were saying it's hurtful. that I would try to hinder you to get in shape.
Yes, that's what's hurtful to me. I'm trying to get these pecs in shape for winter, Bubba.
It's hurtful
which is really our summer.
That you couldn't come to me and ask, hey, on these particular days, I'd like to use the gym. because you don't like to be held down to any type of obligation.
That's right.
So you can't have the best of both worlds, just willy-nilly come and go as you like. I would like to know when you're going to be here.
I mean, honestly, I'm probably going to do a superset of a half an hour a day, at least in the chair.
Yeah,
I mean, you definitely need the massage chair up and running.
No.
So if you could show me how to use that before you leave today.
I've made it clear, Lummy, that I don't want people in my chair. I'm trying to keep Miles off my chair.
I can understand that.
Those things eventually break.
Do we need to move the camera so it points straight at the
Oh, don't worry about
chair?
the cameras. I got the cameras handled.
Okay.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Man, you're not right, motherfucker. You're not right. Go to North Carolina, you lib. Lummy, our tactical bags are back in stock.
Yes, they are, the black ones.
And the Poseidon ones.
Sweet.
Thank God. I was going to go climb Mount Everest in a couple months. I needed my backpack.
You needed your
I needed my tactical.
bag.
So when I die climbing up the mountain, you guys can pilfer it.
What's up, Neil Montplaisir?
And that's pretty there.
Chair for a spin.
Those pecs aren't buildable. Stuff funny Disney film. Kenny Powers, Big Buck. Haas 83, good morning. Trick Me, good morning. What's up, Ty J? Al Guru, Wayne Galasso, H-Dog at Florida, what's up? Trick Me, I think already. Christopher Stevens, what's up? Bob Cook. Mark Kelly, good morning. Brian from Philly, what's up? What's up, Doug Mather? Say hi, group of us. Brandon Reams. What's up, Duck God and Amprohuman? Hawk-Tuah. Caviar Tacos. Hierarchy 65. What's up? Group lips, you're all over the place. Like diarrhea. Good coach. Short Stroker, Snizzlux, Lizaire, Willbug, Simon, that's Duke, TX Hillbilly 88.
Oh, that's a well-formed eye.
First in. Jay Bowler. Hola, B-Pat. What's up? Whew. Oh, balls running on my cot. Timmy, 0630.
Ty J. Some caviar tacos.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah, well, I'm not in here, buddy. you t-shirt, Will.
Oh no, that sucks. Disney film, sorry. My mom almost went to the ER last night. Been a shit show in my world.
What's up, Dick, the good guy?
I don't know how many shows I handle, Pippi, to be honest with you.
Millions.
What do you need amounts for the year?
I don't even think about the ones I'm working on. I think about the ones that I'm trying to get up and running.
Hey, Bob, I need a drink. If I'm 5 seconds late, I'm sorry. I'm right back. I just realized I'm out.
Make sure you subscribe to Bubba Army HQ. Otherwise, Bubba will have to take action. And there's a lot of power behind those short arms. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So now you're back up here with me?
Yeah, the smell has dissipated. I'm going to see if I'm still as on fire up here as I was down there.
All right. Could you just do me a favor and just tell me, hey, I'm moving back to my, to my...
Seth, moving back up to the top, sir. Thank you. Over and out.
No,
Big Kush 60 out.
Prior to on the air, okay? Just so I don't mess up.
Why, they startle you or something?
I had to physically look over there to make sure you were there. Lummy, I just got an update from the Merch Crick. She's at the hospital seeing her mom.
Oh.
And that's a whole big thing. Dan knows about it. And so she wasn't able. I guess I'm not mad at her, but the pre-sales for the Fat Man Dunks Air Bubba 2, they're
still up.
They're still up, and they're not supposed to be.
She's a little preoccupied.
She's very preoccupied. So she said when she gets back from the hospital later this afternoon, she'll take them down. She can't take them down remotely from her phone. She has to be on her laptop to do it. So, but she's able, I guess, to add stuff. I don't know, but I know that we have the Poseidon and the black tactical bags that were like, people went crazy over them. And so I ordered some more of those, and I think the black ones are up. I don't know that the Poseidon ones are up yet. I'm looking at BubbaArmyStore.com, and I don't see the Poseidon ones. I just see the black ones. See them right here?
Yeah, those are nice.
And I wish when she gets back, maybe she can move them.
It's kind of difficult on the phone with Shopify.
Right. That's why. Yeah. So she can't get in and do the things that she needs to do. One of which are to take these two down. But if you would happen to order, I guess I'm kind of giving you an extra day.
You are.
And it's not because I necessarily trying to give you an extra day. It's because technically.
This is called the Merch Crick is busy at the hospital, and she doesn't have time to take a down sale.
Take advantage of it.
So,
Catchy name.
She said she should be back by 4 or 5 this afternoon. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they'll probably be up till then.
Have you asked her to step outside and maybe try to take it down off somebody else's laptop or something?
I don't know.
Okay.
The only thing I've asked her is to make sure that she gets the Poseidon tactical bags added, because I know that we got those. And Lummy, when she gets back here, to take the shoes off and to then put the Poseidon and the black tactical bags a little bit, like
right where those are.
Yeah, where the shoes are.
Yeah.
So there you go. Go to Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Merch, BubbaArmyShop.com, and it looks like could get one over on us and get a last pair of these shoes or so. Lummy, the slides stay because I just feel as if. They're not that expensive, and I can keep them in stock probably most of the time. I think people are,
We have kind of a couple people that have messaged and asked if you ever get like kid sizes.
No, I don't deal with kids' clothes.
All right,
because it's such a small percentage of people that really want their kid to wear Bubba Army stuff that we literally only sell, like 20 shirts.
It's funny, but for the brief time that I was in the merch business with St. Pete Legend, everybody always was saying, you need kid stuff, And I was like, oh, man, there's this huge market. So we had to make all our stuff ahead of time to get it cheaper.
Right.
And when we put the kids stuff up for sale, nobody bought it.
Exactly.
Really?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I pretty much know what the Army likes.
Yes.
The Army rolls a little bigger. So if you can get two, like a lot, we probably double most people's 2 and 3X orders because that's kind of the sweet spot above Army.
Yeah.
We don't even mess with smalls.
No, we do
For the girls.
a few, but I don't do kid specific stuff much at all, and I don't do really ladies stuff much at all either. Like anytime I come up with like a ladies tank top, like that never done. I mean, you might sell 80, 50, 60, but you're not going to sell 300-400 like you are,
You give a lady just a regular shirt, they can make whatever they want out of it,
Right, exactly. So I'm not going to make this hyper local. Well, it is. The next story I'm going to talk about is hyper local, but more importantly, it's kind of like you've been with your job, and like almost like job appreciation. Meaning I know professional athletics are far more volatile with regards to being able to work your entire career for one organization. There's a lot of trading, and that's just the way professional sports are, whether it's baseball, hockey, football, basketball. There's just, how many teams has James Harden played on? God.
Well, NBA
Right?
NBA's tough because guys are, chasing the super teams and the championships and everything like that. It's a little bit harder to do that in other sports, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah. And so anyway, we lost Tampa, Florida. We have this guy that came in 1990?
2008.
Was it 2000? I thought it was 99.
No, 2008 because I was 16 years ago,
right.
Bubba.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
2008, 4 years after we had won the Stanley Cup. He was the number 1 overall pick, fresh-faced 18-year-old kid just from the juniors. Name was Steven Stamkos, and he's gone on to be the greatest Bolt Lightning player of all time. He's the face. He's been the face of the franchise from the minute they drafted him, and he's a very, very good player.
Well, statistically, over the last 16 years, he's been one of the best.
Yeah, and so we in this game of professional athletics where
Are there any other jobs that have salary caps? I mean, I know bosses will always say, hey, we're a little tight, but is it only sports where it's like it must be because you're in a league, so you only have a certain amount of money to work with.
Well, they also have minimums too.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Yeah,
Those are real nice.
Baseball would be like, listen, you can be the Red Sox and spend $238 million, or you can be the Rays and you got to at least spend $80 million. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what the league minimum in baseball is. Is it 100 million, 80 million?
No, there's no league minimum in baseball.
There's no minimum.
There's no league minimum.
No, your hockey has a league minimum.
I mean, there's a minimum as far as like what the guys make, but I think it's like $700,000 for baseball.
Yeah, there's no league minimum like for teams.
The salary cap.
Like the Royals can go out and have $10 million.
There are some sports that do have salary cap. Your entire salary minimums, meaning you have to spend at least this much because they feel you can't put a competitive team on the field. Is the NBA that way? Major League Baseball? No, Major League Baseball's not. I don't know that football is, but I think maybe hockey or one team.
I think hockey has a league minimum.
Yeah, we have to spend so much. So anyway, in the midst of professional athletics being a business, we lost our greatest player there's a lot of people that can't even fathom the Lightning without Steven Stamkos, and he's officially a Nashville Predator, and it sounded super happy to be one. You know what? If you consult with your wife, and you look at places that are
jobbed this dude out.
Do you think?
We jobbed him out.
Do you think?
He got jobbed out by the Lightning.
Right. What I'm saying though is Nashville is a pretty cool town.
They are Bubba. And again, I know we don't want to get too into the specifics of hockey and negotiation and stuff, but he wanted to stay here. He had said he wanted to stay here for years now, and they never made a move. They gave him low ball offers, and he came out and said again yesterday that like he wanted to stay, and it was Julian. And I get it, you want to move on and stuff, but why not just come out and go, listen, Tampa Bay, we understand that you've grown up with this kid for 16 years, but the way where he is right now in his career and the way we are, we can't match it up, and I'll be the bad guy, and I'll take all the heat and stuff like that. But he got up in the press conference yesterday and said like, I'm really sad too, just like the fans. No, you're not.
Yeah,
he's not sad.
The general manager handled it as about manager handled it about as worst as he could. And Stamkos, here's his statement. He handled it about as classy as he could.
Bitterness that the organization didn't try harder to make it happen.
Well, listen, it's such an emotional time right now.
Steven Stamkos right here.
Can't lie and say that, really since the beginning of last year when I didn't get an extension that, you're a human. You have emotions and you want things to go your way, but that's just your perspective. Everyone else has a different perspective. And, certainly Julian in Tampa has a different vision. And at the end of the day, it's a business. As harsh as it can be sometimes, you have to live with those decisions. And like I said, it's not for a lack of effort on my side of trying to make things work out in Tampa, but it's not fair to Nashville for me to sit here and say, I really wanted to be in Tampa. Everyone knows I did. It didn't work out, and I'm just as thrilled to be joining the Nashville Predators.
Boom! That's what made him Steven Stamkos. Is he was just a class act.
Yeah, absolutely. So did we get a good guy for him at least?
We don't know. We paid a guy $9 million a year, a 7-year, $63 million deal, who is only what?
29.
What's that?
29.
That's old. He's 4 or 5 years younger than this dude, than Stamkos. And I don't know that it's on a consistent basis for as long that Steven Stamkos has done it. I don't know if the guy's got better stats or not. He's
a better player right now, and he's a better player for the future. But again, you can't get paid for what you've done in the past, but there's just some things that you have to pay a guy for, and whether if it's because the guy is one of the biggest figures in Tampa Bay sports history or whatever, like he was willing to take less money to be here. Look, I totally get it from what the team had to do. I really do. I just think it could have been handled better when you're kicking a guy out the door that's been here 16 years.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
And pretty much putting on him saying that he had financial expectations. Well, he's the greatest player in your history and won you 2 cups. Of course that he's going to have financial expectations.
Man, has anybody gone to various Tampa Bay, hockey forums and stuff, and are the fans? Do they feel the same way we do? Are they full hot?
I saw, and I just think they're just got caught up in the moment. But I saw people threatening to cancel their season tickets yesterday.
Yeah,
saying the Lightning really lack an identity now. And Hedman's going to get an extension today. He's their other big player. But you watch, if you're Stamkos and you've watched everybody get an extension around you for the last 8 years, and then you watch the guy who got drafted after you, another cornerstone of the franchise, he's about to get an extension, and you're left out in the cold, just making concession after concession because you want to stay. Like I just feel like that's not a position that the guy should have been in.
And you've been the face of the franchise your entire career. Right? He's just not.
He came with Vinny and Marty and played with those guys, but yeah, he's been the face. Since he got drafted.
Did you see this where this TikToker girl hung herself?
That's horrible.
That was a little bit ago.
She's pretty.
She's very pretty.
Why did she hang herself?
I don't know. She said that on her TikTok she had like 300,000 followers, and she would very openly talk about some mental health issues and things like that.
She was a little crazy?
Well, she said Evans, who's 29 at the time of her death, died by suicide after hanging herself in her New York apartment.
Wow.
Now, Dan, is that a violent? Most people probably don't know how to do it. Meaning,
women tend to do things like hanging, whereas men tend to shoot themselves, and that's factual. I have a friend whose daughter died by hanging, and she hung herself, and she had some mental issues, and she was a really beautiful girl in her mid-20s, maybe mid to late 20s,
just
28, 20, something like
this girl.
And they were having problems. She got Baker acted. They pulled her out of the place. And the next morning, she was hanging from, you know how like steps, like the second floor to the first floor, there's sometimes like a little like a walkway, and then the steps come off the walkway.
Like a landing, and then another set of steps.
No, like a hallway, like an upstairs hallway, and the steps feed up to them, but the hallway has a banister too, like it's an open hallway.
Okay, yeah.
And so she was hanging from that. In the morning,
and they woke up.
They woke up to that
of her hanging.
Yes.
I literally, honest to God, I may have to sell my house.
Oh yeah, I would definitely I'd be gone. I'd have to sell. It would completely reset my whole life. It would be so catastrophic.
Oh my God, you guys have daughters, and can you imagine? And it's just
hanging may start off quietly until you can't breathe, and all of a sudden there's a struggle. There's definitely a struggle. So it's not as not violent as you think.
Now
it's just not bloody.
Now, didn't you say though that a person that's being hung, if you don't have the noose on the side of the neck, then it doesn't snap the neck immediately. And if you do have the noose on the side of the neck, then it could potentially snap your neck immediately, and it's not nearly as, you're not
Yeah,
struggling.
that's when they kick out the bucket. But, most people that hang themselves, don't have the a great noose.
Or a good system at all.
Right. And so a lot of times it fails or it breaks. But usually it's something, like tied up and doesn't break their neck, and so they die from suffocation, which is, a very
horrible
way of dying. It's like being held underwater.
There was this famous doctor in Warsaw, Indiana. I'm not going to mention his name, but very successful in Warsaw, Indiana. Like a population 10,000. So he was like the Dr. Diaco, and I mean everybody knew him. He was also the sports doctor for the high school. Like if you had a knee injury or something like that, he was he was an orthopedic surgeon, Dan.
Right.
And his daughter, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Him and his wife had, I think, three kids. There was no problems at home as far as like going through a divorce or anything like that. They were a great family unit. She was a freshman at Notre Dame. You got, in order to get to Notre Dame, that's pretty prestigious.
Oh, right? No, it's a great school. Absolutely. Yeah,
and she was, breezed through Warsaw High School as a cheerleader and all this kind of stuff, and was in Notre Dame, and maybe like had some guy problems or something like that, and was home for break. During that big break they give you for Christmas.
Yeah, sometimes it's like they'll give you almost like 3 or 4 weeks.
It's a month. Uh-huh. Like at Indiana State, man, you'd get out December 13th, 14th, 15th, whatever that Friday or so was, and you didn't have to go back till like January 15th.
Right. Cornell was like that. They had a really long winter break.
Yeah, we had a really long winter break, and Notre Dame as well. And she hung herself like Christmas morning.
Ugh.
And they're all coming out.
So it ruins Christmas every year too.
Well,
it's such a
And the big house was configured much like with a big open in the Christmas trees right underneath. Where
she was like the angel over the Christmas tree.
Yeah. So I mean, God, I don't know if I could keep it together if I had a child. Listen, anybody but your child, like your best friend. Anybody but your very own child. Can you only imagine the mental anguish and how you just would beat yourself up, and just how, my God, I don't know. All families have you lost your father. I lost my stepfather. My best friend Larry Plummer from kindergarten just lost his father. But that's all. My stepfather's was somewhat unexpected, but like your father, Dan, it wasn't such a tragedy with regards to sudden, like it didn't just, it wasn't a suicide or a car wreck or anything like it. We saw Joe slowly deteriorate
rapidly, but it was over a period of weeks or months instead of just you wake up and he's hanging.
Right. So
and he was in his 80s. It's not like such a tragedy when a kid in their teens or 20s just takes their own life.
And there were several discussions that your family had about, hey, listen, dad's getting not so good, and you guys got your family stuff in order, and it happened way quick. I mean, he deteriorated way quicker than we all anticipated.
Yes.
But at least you had some time
for closure.
For some closure.
Yes.
You got to go. You had an opportunity to go say goodbye to him while he was still alive. And so, but God, can you imagine waking up Christmas morning, or even waking up any day, and finding your beautiful daughter? You're just there's a special bond that a dad has with his daughter, and she's hanging. Just, oh my God. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could make it.
No, it'd be tough.
Well, but this is the way to go right here. I think it was it Denmark or the Netherlands?
Damn, you're hitting us with back-to-back feel goods,
yeah,
Bubba.
Yeah, but this is the way to go. Like the Netherlands, they have you can, if you want to euthanize yourself, go right ahead.
I think Canada does too.
Yeah,
and some states in America are allowing it for certain situations. The problem is that if you make it too easy to do euthanasia, then I think people use it for sometimes the wrong reasons, and so you have the depressed people saying, like, I'm depressed, I have no reason to be here. And like, okay, go ahead, let's just off you.
I mean, they don't work through it if they have euthanasia as an option, they're like, oh, yeah, take the path of less resistance, kind of deal.
And
right?
sometimes encourage it. I mean, so.
Hold on. So you're talking to your doctor, your quack, and you're like, listen, I'm not feeling good about myself. I'm thinking about, well, yeah, you know what? Under the new laws here in Netherlands, they said you can go ahead and off yourself tomorrow, Jim. I got the number.
Call this number.
I got the guy's number right here. They come right over to the house and put you on the couch, but, maybe in the recliner like you're watching a ball game, and then they put the TT9 juice in you. Greg and Amy. On the PayPal.
Thank you.
$145. $150.
Thank you.
Greg and Amy. Love them. Love both of them. Greg's on this big health kick. Have you seen that, Lummy?
Yeah.
He's like biking 25 miles a day.
Yeah.
I think they both are. Amy's been doing some new workout. I like how we just we know everything that's going on in everyone's lives.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, at least the stuff you guys post.
Well, I mean, at least the people that are
the cool ones,
that contribute and keep us afloat. Yes, we truly do know what's going on in their lives. That's the special dynamic that we have. Husband and wife, 70 and 71, die together through euthanasia. There was no other solution. So
12 years away, Bubba.
What do you mean?
That 70 and 71.
So you're going to say you and I need to do it together?
Yeah, we can do it hand in hand. We can have couples euthanasia. I kill you, you kill me.
Yeah, right.
We hit the buttons together.
No, you know what? The only way to do it would be like, Dan, I got a gun on your temple, and you got a gun on my temple. And we go 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but I'm going to shoot on 2.
Yeah. Now, does that mean I don't have the reflexes to shoot?
Maybe not.
And I just fall over, waiting for 3.
Yeah, and I go down for murder.
And then you're like, oh man, I need to kill myself, but I'm scared. I don't want to kill myself. I mean.
Yeah, we're both going to jump off this bridge together, and I'm going to let you go first.
Oh, that's nice.
So anyway, in November of 2022. I think the woman, was it the woman or the man? Yeah, the woman was diagnosed with dementia. And so I guess she was ready to die, or she was getting ready to die. And they have the procedure became legal in the Netherlands with the act. It's called the Termination of Life on Request and Assisted Suicide Act. That's what... We're voting on the termination of life and termination of life on request and assisted suicide act was passed. They passed it in 2001. You've been able to kill yourself in the Netherlands since 2001.
Wow.
So what do? You guys both just sit there on the gurney and you just hold hands and you just
they pushed the.
Now, Dan, when they
Kevorkian did. I feel like he did couples before.
I think he did.
May have done a couple or couples, but
is he still in prison?
I don't know.
No, I think he's out.
He brought that topic to the forefront, and so I do commend him for that. The problem is that, again, it got out of hand, and so euthanasia suddenly you turn into Logan's Run, where they just start killing people at a certain age. Why not just kill everybody at 65 or 70 because they're useless at that time to society?
Yeah, but I mean, not every 65. Like I mean, that would only be if a 65 or 70-year-old would want killed. I mean, you think.
What I'm saying is, once you start euthanizing people for no good reason because they just feel like it, that concept of the lack of value of later life becomes pervasive throughout society, and then suddenly society's like, oh, you know what? Well, since we're doing this on a regular basis anyway, let's just start killing everybody over 80. Let's just start killing everybody over 75. And
as a country?
As a country, and then all of a sudden it turns into Logan's Run.
Hey, Lummy, there's some special dates in your life, like when you're 16, you're like, man, guess what? I can get my driver's license, right?
Yeah.
Then the next big one's 21, and guess what? I can go out and drink now, right?
And then 26, you can rent a car.
We have 25 or 26, you can rent a car. And then, I guess the next big milestone would probably be when you could retire, like, 62 to 65, 60.
And then 70, you get to die.
And then at 70, can you imagine? You'd be like, Lummy, guess what?
What?
It's my last week. I turn 70 next week. So
we're having a party.
You want to go to lunch or something to say goodbye?
What was your last week?
What's that?
You're dying?
Yeah, they kill you at 70 now. I think
I think a lot of people would leave the country. I think at that point.
I think so too.
Yeah. I think they'd live here till 69.
Yeah.
And then
move to Costa Rica.
Pull up stakes at 69 and ask 3/4.
Which could help us take out a lot more immigrants then if we could start kicking people out at 69. Dan, do you think you could ever practice this? Like, do you think you could ever be the euthanasia doctor?
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Wow.
You could?
Yeah, I could absolutely.
You could kill people easily?
Yeah.
Now, Dan, let me ask you a question. Because you're in surgery.
Emotionless.
Because you're in surgery with anesthesiologists, there, when you do a procedure that requires somebody to be under, then you have to have an anesthesiologist. There's some ones in that you like to work with, and the place that you do your surgeries know which ones to pair you with, because you have been known to be somewhat of a prima donna and throw a fit when they when you don't have the anesthesiologist of your liking. And your anesthesiologist really does a lot more than people even think. They really, ones that work with you know where to keep the patient's baseline,
yes,
and where you're comfortable with it.
Absolutely.
Whereas some people, there's big variations on anesthesiologists. Some people like to keep them way under, really snowed. Some people like to keep them barely. The people that work with Dan knows Dan's comfortability on his sweet spots.
Right.
But since you work with them for what? How many years have you been doing surgery now?
25.
So since you've worked, shoulder to shoulder with anesthesiologists for 25 years, do you think you could do their job?
I did anesthesia for a while, and for a month in residency, and it's not as easy as it looks, but it's also not that hard. And they have now anesthesia assistants, which look like kids in high school doing the anesthesia. So the most difficult part of anesthesia is the actual
under the license of a bigger one.
Yeah. So, and they're never in the room, so it's just like a 24-year-old kid blowing the gas and running things. It sometimes makes me uncomfortable when I see it, but that part's not that complicated. The hardest technical thing in anesthesia is getting that tube in the vocal, in the airway. And
they're responsible for that.
Yeah, that they do the intubation, and so I'm great at intubating, so I could absolutely do it. It's so boring. I'd fall asleep the whole time.
Because all they do is run the tube,
right? And
then they got the IV, and they're just monitoring. They're just adding and subtracting and kind of just feathering it out. Those are their two. Those are their 2 points of entry, if you were to speak of. And so they're just monitoring those two. The trach, they don't put a trach in you, but they put
the tube. It goes in your mouth and goes through your cords. Do they
have to, like when they're sticking it down your mouth? Do they have to sometimes grab your tongue and move it over to the side?
Oh yeah, they'll grab that thing with like a towel clip.
They will,
or a sponge stick.
Really?
It's like tongs. Looks like almost like corn tongs.
And hold on. So they
pull
that
bitch out.
Hold on. Yeah. They tong out your tongue like it's a piece of toilet paper.
Yeah.
And then they jam the hose down in there.
Sometimes.
Do they lubricate the hose?
Yes. They put a little KY on it.
All right.
It goes in so much easier.
And then they stick it in. Now, how far do they put it down?
About 23 centimeters. So about 5 inches.
Past your Adam's apple?
Wait. 10 is 4. So about 8 inches. It's got to go past your Adam's apple. It's got to go right before your airway splits into 2. So you have the left side.
Right there at the intersection?
Right at the intersection.
At the lung intersection.
At the lung intersection,
At the
right
upper
before.
lung intersection.
You don't want to just
know
go
what that's called or not, but that's what I'm calling it.
You don't want to go into one lung because then the other lung doesn't get the air.
Right.
So you want to go right before
into
the intersection.
Right into the upper lung intersection. And you put that tube right there.
And then there's a balloon at the end. So once you get past the cords and you're between the cords and the intersection.
You blow out the balloon.
You blow up the balloon. It creates a seal. And then you have an established airway, which is a joystick, because with that airway, you can not only breathe for the patient and give them oxygen, you can actually put medication in that, and they'll absorb it.
Down in their stomach?
And it's not in their stomach; it's in their lungs. But yes, you can put stuff in there.
What would you want to give me an example of something?
Lidocaine or epinephrine.
For what?
For a heart attack. Or someone going into AFib or VFib. I'm sorry, not AFib, VFib.
While on the slab?
Yes, you can give medications during a code through the airway.
No, I would hope that that 25-year-old assistant wouldn't be the person doing it. I would hope that the anesthesiologist, that has to be a catastrophic event that's happening during surgery. So I would hope that the main man's in there.
Well, the main man would get in there within hopefully 30 seconds.
Right.
Dr. Dan, is KY the official lube of all hospitals?
They use a lot of it, yes.
Do they really?
Yeah. Sometimes they use different, off-label brands, but you see bottles of KY all over the place.
You think they have a lubrication budget? I mean, right?
I wish I invented it.
What, lubrication?
Just KY. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
It's used all day, every day.
Hey,
I love KY.
I'm not supposed.
I take a bath in it.
What the hell? It's got so weird.
He's gotten weird. Yes.
Slippier and sloppier.
So
the
what
better.
I'm saying, Dan, if you had to be the anesthesiologist,
yes,
for a person, let's say your anesthesiologist falls over of a heart attack, could you do both?
I could land the plane if I had to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Meaning, especially if it was in the final stages of where you're just maybe doing the sew up.
Right.
Right.
I'd just have someone else sew it up, and then I'd get at the top and get the plane down.
Do you ever let other people sew it up?
Sometimes I let my assistants sew. Sometimes they help sew. It depends.
Are
Depends
they
on what
good?
it is. If they're not, then they don't. They have to be good, otherwise they won't.
Like, have you ever seen one of your assistants put a stitch in and you yell at them?
Nope, you're done. Nope.
Move over.
You said you could do it. You can't do nothing.
Do you really? Do you yell at them right there in the, in the
yeah,
operating room?
right there. Get the F out of my room.
Get the F out of my room.
Oh yeah, I've said that before. Chief Charlie, $20.
Thank you on the super chat, and we love super chat on YouTube. Hold on, you've actually told a nurse or
a scrub tech that said they could sew.
Neil Mountplaisir, $20 super chat.
Thank you, Neil Mountplaisir.
Oh, people loving the lube talk.
Yeah.
What? And they say they can sew, and I see 2 stitches in. They obviously can't. I'm like, stop. You're done. You're done. I had a surgical assistant, a scrub tech, stick me 3 times in one day, and the 3rd time I kicked her out of the room violently, screaming at her.
How'd she stick you?
Well, I mean, she would hold the scissors, but pointing the points towards me. And so I'd reach over for the scissors and I'd jam the side of my hand with it. That was one way. She stuck a knife in me. And then there was something else she stuck on me. And I was like,
man, you better hope Ramina's never a scrub nurse.
Oh, no. She gets a spike in the neck.
You're going to get stuck.
You're
going to get stuck on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, probably because they're the ones handing the tools to you, correct?
Right.
And
you don't hand a knife, point first to somebody.
Right.
I mean, that's just not polite.
I'd
you
be
hand
nervous
scissors
as hell
backwards.
working with you, though, Dan.
Yeah, Dan,
maybe.
You roll in there, doctor. First of all, you pulled up in a Ferrari, okay? So then, Dan,
he's pissed off,
and you're the scrub tech, and you've heard the urban legend stories of Dr. Dan Diaco, where if you just put 2 stitches in the wrong way, he tells you to get the F out, and he's gone. He's actually ripped off his scrubs and went down to the general manager's office and told them that he will not work with this stupid anesthesiologist again.
Oh, I've done that multiple times in a month.
I know. Mitch,
That's not helping.
Dan will literally put his last stitch in and then bust out of the room, ripping off his scrubs like he was Ricky Bobby from Talladega Nights when he thought he was on fire.
Oh yeah, invisible fires.
And then go right into the main dude who runs the entire facility and says, "I will not work with that idiot ever again. Do not assign him to me, or I will not do my surgeries here."
I will actually, in the middle of a case, tell my assistant, hold this. and then do my Ricky Bobby and run down the hallway, literally screaming from the end of the operating room door until I get to the lady's office about how she needs to fix this. So yeah, I throw fits.
Yeah, I throw fits.
But it's all to help, get a better outcome, and Bubba, just like you would throw a fit. If someone came in and did something completely obnoxious, you go crazy.
I throw fits all the time.
Yeah, you get it. I got the same kind of fly off the handle sort of mentality. And you know what? I don't apologize for it. And in today's world, everyone's so afraid to criticize or to correct somebody, and I think it's a problem because people need to know if they're doing something wrong so that they can do it correctly.
Yeah, I mean,
and just patting them on the ass is like, oh, good try, good job. It's like, no, that sucks. Do it again, and keep doing it till you get it right, dumbass.
Oh, damn,
I mean, that's the way you work. That's how you become excellent at whatever you do.
I've used to work like that. I've had to abandon that rough edge a little bit and get a little less.
It should be like the karate instructor. Again, until you get it right.
This is Seth, you feeling uncomfortable? You're switching around in your chair over there.
Oh, yeah, I was just imagining you just, taking up how you used to be and of Dan's way of kind of doing things and just how that would work out for everybody here.
Yeah, you would have so much anxiety. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
it's old Bubba.
It's not for me, but I know it's how a lot of people can grow and do better.
But people that get into my room and stay in my room love my room. I'm nice to them. I'm fair. And they once you get past that,
once they figure you out,
right? Exactly.
And they figure out what makes you go crazy and what you like and how you like to do things. Yeah, they're probably like, man, you know what? Once you can understand his his reasoning to his madness, he's actually a pretty good dude. But I've seen him be an absolute dick.
But it's usually justified.
When we come back, this. Have you guys read? Do you guys know it better than me? And that is the ruling that the Supreme Court made yesterday that's involving the Trump
I can discuss this
situation. Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Seth, do you know much about it?
$10.
I was balls deep in the Stamkos stuff. I don't even know what happened yesterday in the world.
Man, you said balls deep, and I got excited.
Yeah, the people.
I was thinking Phoebes might have kicked it out wide yesterday for you.
No, I tried last night, but I got rejected.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
As a remedy.
I like how you use Team 6 for everything.
Okay, cool. Somebody was a moron and disrespectful. Yeah. She didn't say I respectfully dissent. She just said I dissent.
Still Team 6 to come in and kill everybody. But how is that really a? What's the two options? What is it? Not approval. What is it?
Talking about
for the Supreme Court ruling, like what it's allowed, like what is illegal and it's approved, not approved.
Affirmed. They can affirm a lower court's ruling.
No, I know, but I'm saying that.
For Utah, always good to have you on the program. Judge Janine joined us last hour and said this.
What's up, Havoc?
Whenever anyone on the left talks about an assault against democracy, you know that it has little, if any, maybe that's the line when it goes into the environment. The Supreme Court is a branch that has final decision on
reverse or confirm
in this country. They are not willing to accept it if it doesn't align with their political
They remanded.
ideology.
So what they did was they defined, they made a definition, and then remanded. They defined the law, and then remanded it to lower court to go through the facts and determine what is and what is not.
What I'm saying is that the lower court is obviously going to set the guidelines.
No, they set the guidelines. The lower court is supposed to interpret what they said, and then it's going to be challenged, and then we'll set more details on the guidelines.
It is separation of powers. It is judges that.
So they'll clarify it, obviously. The president can't send
Judge Barrett and Justice Roberts were praised by the left for some of the decisions that have come out.
First of all, who was the American jihadist back in the early 2000s? It was an American guy, and he had like a beard. He looked like Brett with a beard.
politicalized.
We killed him. He wasn't tried. We killed his ass. I don't know who was the president who killed him. Obama. So Obama arguably killed a political opponent without a trial. So should he be legally or civilly responsible for that?
Well, that's the big thing that everyone's talking about is the
Well, Obama did it, and I think Biden accidentally killed 4 civilians in a retaliation during Afghanistan. Didn't he? Right after that, he killed 4 civilians. So was that's murder? Negligent murder? Should he be sued for negligent homicide? How's that different than what?
Not only face moments when you use the courage to exercise full power. We also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits.
Yeah. Those guys are
they killed aid workers.
This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in
negligent homicide.
Each of us is equal before the law.
Or homicide.
No one is above the law. Not even the
He's hanging on the beach in Delaware.
Today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that's fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what the president can do. This is a fundamental principle. It's a dangerous principle. Because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation. From gutting voting rights and civil rights, to taking away a woman's right to choose, to today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation. Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police, the ransacking of the Capitol.
Dr. Dansville, 90 Maker, Redway, 46, Dr. No,
Nancy Pelosi.
Diaco triple twist Billy knot. Yes, I have that knot.
Meyer's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. This is so.
He's a world-class e-cyclist. It's the Bubba the
The one I have still looks brand new.
Yeah,
and I always
and
using it.
And you
It's
can,
super nice.
and man, it's cool. You can keep your wallet, you can keep your car keys, you can keep your cell phone, you can keep your sunglasses, and you can keep your piece, your gun, right in the back, and just with one flip up of a button, you can be in ready position. So it's kind of a cool way. Listen, the tactical bags, I think most people are buying them as a way to be able to pack.
Right. And in Florida, you have constitutional carry now.
Yeah. I'm still not going to let my weapons permit lapse. I'm still going to keep that.
Well, because that gives you the ability to buy a gun on site and not have to wait 3 or 4 days.
I'm not into that, but I just think it kind of gives you a little bit of insulation.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas if you're responsible enough to do that, then, it kind of, and when they run your license plate if they pull you over and I think they find out that you're a concealed weapons permit holder. I think that's.
I'm not sure if that comes up when you run the plate.
I think
because I've had a policeman be surprised when they see that because it's usually behind my driver's license. They're like, "Oh, your concealed weapons permit? Do you have a weapon in the car?" You know, it'll prompt the conversation as they see you pull that driver's license out.
I do when I get pulled over, I give them both.
Right.
I give them both, and then I say to them, "Sir, I have a 9mm in my glove box or in my backpack or wherever the hell it is, or I usually carry a 45.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 45." Glock I tell them where it's at, and then I say, would you like me to step outside the vehicle and have you secure it, or what would you like me to do?
Usually they're cool about it if you let them know on the front side.
No, you know
but
what,
you don't have a duty in Florida to let them know.
I know,
which is why they probably don't have access to your concealed weapons permit information.
So here's the deal. You're right. You don't have the right. You don't have to tell them.
It's the appropriate thing to do.
But you need to, because if for some reason they wanted to search your car and they had probable cause to search your car, maybe they smelled, Seth just chucked one and it's still in the interior. Next thing they want to know is make sure you didn't have 10 pounds of weed on them. So they find a gun and you didn't tell them about a gun, that goes south quick. Even if you do have a weapons permit, just this, it's startling for that cop to know that you had a gun and pretty close to your general probably reaching proximity, and you weren't at least
forthright,
polite enough to let him know.
Candid.
Meanwhile, if you tell a cop that you got one, chances are it's going to go so well for you, because he's like, you know what, you don't need to do it. Like I say, hey, I got one. What do you want me to do? You know what they usually say? Nothing. I'm good with it, bud. Appreciate you telling me it.
And often, like you said, if you have a gun in the car and you identify that at the very beginning with a policeman, oftentimes, if there's any discretion, the cop's going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, because you were super cool to him. Because he listen, at the end of the day, that guy wants to go home that night to his family. And in today's cop world, they're shooting cops as soon as they walk up to the window. And so if you have the ability to shoot a cop and you're licensed to carry a gun, hey, listen, even crazy people have, weapons permit.
Some.
And you're cool to the cop and you let him know where the gun is. Well, now he can keep an eye out for, you start reaching that way or something like that. But one cop told me, I've been told this by several different cops, I appreciate you telling me that. And I said, well, what? I've just cross-talked with him. I said, why don't you want me to remove it or not? He's like, because you know what? A person that tells me they got a gun is not going to shoot me.
Right.
He goes, a person that doesn't tell me they have a gun, he's going to shoot me. But if you're forthright and you say, I got a gun and I know, and you've handed me your carrying license, he goes, you're not going to shoot me. You're doing what you're supposed to do. And chances are you'll get a break. So, and that's what our tacticals are, bags are. Dan, when you have your Bubba Army tactical bag, do you carry your?
Oh, yeah.
What's your daily carrier? 5.7?
No, I usually carry a 365 or a 3-inch SIG 320.
Do you have a daily carrier?
Yes, it's a little 9.
Just a little 9?
Yeah, a little
Seth, you got a daily carrier?
Desert Eagle.
Perfect.
You don't have a Desert Eagle.
It's right here in my pocket.
They're so heavy.
Yeah, I got a little Hellcat 9.
And they're so uncomfortable to shoot.
Yeah.
Like
well, not if they're ported.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
And they're so big. Even the 5-inch barrel Desert Eagle is massive. It's like a 40-ounce gun.
Yeah, man, Desert Eagle would be. That's like you're just trying to show off to your boys at the gun range.
You're not going to win any gunfight with a Desert Eagle.
But if you do hit something, they're done.
Well, it depends which one you got, but yes.
You got a Desert Eagle 50.
Yeah.
And you hit a guy. Seth said, yeah, that's what he's got. You got Desert Eagle 50.
Yes.
Yeah. Big old honking.
I just shoot people at the park and watch them drop.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. You play on Grand Theft Auto, you mean, right?
No, I mean in real life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Seth, it's so heavy. You'd be like, I can't believe this gun is a real gun.
I'm trying to build up my forearm muscles.
You know what I want to do is I want to get T-shirt Will or one of the guys, Nick the gun guy, to actually get a Desert Eagle 50 if they got one or had a buddy that has one.
I thought Dr. Dan has one.
I had a 50. I got rid of. I got a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, but it's got a couple ports at the end, so it's not unpleasant to shoot.
I want one of the original OG Desert Eagle 50 non-ported, and take Seth out to the gun range and watch him shoot it and watch how afraid he'll be of it.
Wait, does not ported mean that I got to smell the smoke after it fires?
No.
Okay. I hate that.
I got something for him though. I got a Smith & Wesson 500 that has even more kick.
Yeah,
I love a Smith & Wessie.
Yeah.
It's the Smith & Wesson 500. It's even a larger bullet. It's a scary bullet, and it has got a lot of recoil.
Yeah.
Seth, you'd love it.
Yeah.
Make you feel like it's got big testicles.
Yeah, but he'd shoot it one time and be shaking his hands. You'd shoot it one time and be like, oh, my God, this is so bad.
That's what you think, Bubba, but I got the taste of blood one time, and it never left me.
He's like a shark.
He's just Johnny One-Liner over there. You know that?
I don't know what
Johnny One-Liner. I got the taste of blood now. I can't have enough of
What I like to keep with me, though, now is I have this SIG 10mm X10 comp carry. It's like a 4-inch 10mm, which is more powerful than a 45, and it has a ported barrel, so it's got no recoil.
I got to shoot that gun.
2011, yeah.
That the boys got for me.
Yeah, it's a really nice one. You'll never shoot anything else after that. That's the gun. When you go to the range, you'll always bring that and something else because it's so much nicer to shoot.
Nick told me that once I shoot that gun, I'll never shoot anything else. And I was like, well, I don't want to wear it out. He's like, man, that gun's made to be shot.
Oh, yeah. They're made for high volumes. Yes. Because they're competition type guns. So they're made for practicing and shooting.
I am so thankful for you guys doing that for me. God, thank you so much. It's such a beautiful gun. I'm gonna try. I might shoot it. I'm going to be away. I'm going to shoot it soon.
You're talking about the one that the guy in Maine got made for you, right?
Yeah, what's that guy's name? I forget the guy's name. I want to give him proper credit.
And it's a 2011, which is like a 9mm design, like a double stack 45. And it's got a really nice trigger. It's ported. It's a nice gun.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, you showed it to me. I love it.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
You know, and those are like the highest end guns now. The 2011s are the guns that are the $4,000 to $8,000 guns that people are buying.
You got to find me the guy's name.
Adam Nielsen.
What's that?
Adam Nielsen.
Adam Nielsen. Yeah. And doesn't he own like Nielsen Guns or something like that?
But he owns his own gun company. Yeah, I got to think of the name.
Yeah, when you do, let me know.
We'll do.
Now here's
Atlas Firearms.
Atlas. I need to write that down. Atlas Firearms, and this gun, this Atlas.
And that's a great name.
Firearms. Yeah.
I like Atlas.
But Dan, it's a 2011, right?
Right.
It's a 2011 9.
Right.
And is that what it's called? A 2011 9?
A 2011 is the format or the platform, and it's a 9mm.
And it's got like a laser sight on it, Lummy. And when you
doesn't have a laser. Is it laser? Or
yeah.
I thought it has a red dot.
No, it does. A red dot, like mini scope.
Yeah, it's the red dot optics. So all you have to do is line up the red dot. You don't have to look at those sights.
I mean, even Seth could hit the broadside of a barn with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Seth, you want to shoot my 2011 red dot?
Yeah. I mean, Bubba, I don't know why you think I'm such a bad shot.
Oh, okay, well,
I killed that Osama bin Laden paper thing that was hanging up at the gun range.
You killed it?
Oh, my God, like 90 shots.
Right. He had no chance. That paper guy had no chance against you, did he?
He's gone.
Do you prefer like a pistol or a rifle, Seth, when you shot?
I like something I can put two hands on. I like...
He likes an AR-15.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, I like that.
He likes to go right to the assault deal.
I do like... I did enjoy that.
Assault's his middle name.
I mean, I know if I just
Seth Assault Kushner. Say it.
Seth Assault Kushner. If I had to just have a walking around gun, I guess I'd have one of those, smaller 9s, as you real men's call it. But, if I could just have something to put under my bed, it would be one of those big guns.
I also have my sister and brother-in-law for Christmas bought me one of those Judges.
That's a 454 Judge, I think it is.
Yeah, it shoots.
Taurus, I think.
Yeah, it's called a Taurus Judge, and it can shoot 410 shotgun shells or 45 caliber, shell.
454 shell.
Yeah, or a 454 shell.
It's a sick gun.
But that's a hell of an explosion, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lot of recoil as well. Yes. But the Smith & Wesson 500 is just that one notch past that.
Yeah, well, I've been carrying that as my daily deal. And
The Judge?
Yeah.
Jesus, they're heavy, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a big, heavy revolver.
It's a big, heavy revolver. But man, I really want to that turkey shot or double-aught buck. I may not be the best shot in the world, but it's going to get you. If I'm pointing in your direction and we're within 15 feet of each other, you're going to get turkey. You're going to get buckshotted up.
Well, then I hope no one's got
Does buckshot kill you, Dan? It doesn't, does it?
It can, absolutely. A couple buckshot go through the heart of the lungs, hit a big vessel, you're done. So, buckshot usually has, somewhere between 6 and 12 actual pellets in there, and that's like getting shot by 6 to 12 small bullets.
Yeah.
If it's the right spot, you're done.
So yesterday, Dan, before I run this, Fox broke it down. Then Biden was mad as hell about it. And it's just everybody's flipped out about it. And that's the ruling that the Supreme Court made yesterday with regards to Donald Trump took his issue to the Supreme Court. And that is all this arresting and indictments and all the stuff that they're throwing on him, from the January 6th stuff to the Mar-a-Lago raid to the Stormy Daniels deal, and just all the stuff that they're putting us through, Trump through. He eventually was heard by the Supreme Court yesterday, took on his lawsuit, or his appeal, I should say, which is what, presidential immunity? Is that what the nutshell of this is?
Yes, and so it's really, it's really rich of these people to complain, because the Supreme Court has immunity. You can't sue a Supreme Court justice for what they do in their official capacity, which is, interpret law. So
period.
You can't sue them, and it's a life appointment.
Right.
So in this case, 6 people went one way, 3 people went the other way. Obviously, either 6 people were wrong or 3 people were wrong, but you can't sue them because they have immunity. The Senate votes on things all the time, and sometimes, and it's rarely unanimous. So some people are getting it right and some people are getting it wrong. But the people in Congress,
same with Congress?
Congress and the Senate have immunity for what they do on the floor. They're allowed to say whatever they want to say and do whatever they want to do, and they have immunity for that. And the president likewise has immunity for what he has to do in the course of his work. The same reason that Obama and Bush and Clinton and Reagan did not get criminally prosecuted for people that may have died under his supervision.
Even the most liked president of all, Ronald Reagan, had the Iran Contra weapons deal, did he not? Remember with Oliver North and G. Gordon Liddy and all those guys? There was this big Contra weapons
and it was
deal.
legal. It was legal because he's allowed to make these little, side negotiations trying to further the government's interest. And so, we Joe Biden bombed 4 civilians right after the servicemen were killed when he was evacuating Afghanistan. He's not criminally liable.
Why wasn't Nixon... why wasn't he not criminally liable with the Watergate deal?
He probably was immune at the time. He just panicked and caved in and pulled the ripcord too early. He should have stayed in.
Okay.
He probably wouldn't have been convicted by the Senate. But the president can't do his job without immunity. And the remedy, if you don't like what the president has done, is to try to impeach him. That's how the system has been built.
And so... does that make all of this ruling that they made yesterday was what? What was the official ruling?
What they're saying is that in his official capacity as president.
So we're talking about what cases? We're talking about the January 6th stuff. We're talking about
this case. There's several implications, and so I'm gonna have to kind of unpack it one at a time. So when it comes to the January 6th stuff, he's arguing that it was in his official capacity. And they're saying you cannot include motive when trying to define this. So if he's saying, I am the executive in chief, it's my job to determine that these elections are fair and legal. So I have the right to investigate these elections up until the end of my presidency, which he did as the chief executive officer. Just like if there was an election in Pinellas County that looked sketchy, DeSantis would get involved and make sure it was done correctly. He would do whatever he thought was necessary to investigate it. So that makes the January 6th stuff, arguably, it's within his capacity, so that's going to all get thrown out. The appointment of a special counsel specifically to investigate the president outside of the Congress investigating an impeachment, they said, is not constitutional. So the whole special counsel stuff, which involves the January 6th charges in D.C., as well as the same special counsel is the one that did the records in Florida. So arguably, those cases will be completely thrown out.
All right. Now you got the Stormy and the Fulton County gimmick.
Okay, the Stormy Daniels is a state charge. That should be thrown out because it was it was not a legally charged crime.
Meaning Alvin Bragg bumped it to Fed.
Right. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
When it was only a state deal.
Right. So his federal charge was the federal charge that he's trying to tack the state deal on is now a moot point because he's not guilty of any federal charge.
So is that why everybody is on the left is just flipping out because this might have solved all of Donald Trump's legal problems?
Yes.
I mean, realistically, could this make all of his legal problems go away?
This could arguably make all of his legal problems go away. It would destroy the special counsel's ability to bring the charges in Florida and then bring the charges in D.C. It would. Here's what it wouldn't do, though. It wouldn't prevent the allegation of the rape, that civil case.
Yeah, that's been settled already.
That's been it's not been settled. I mean, he was charged with giving that lady like $180 million. That part will be removed. That part will be reduced because it's an excessive verdict. The state charge should be in New York should be thrown out because they, just like Weinstein, they brought in prejudicial evidence and didn't allow him to present his case. So that case should be reversed by New York's Supreme Court or New York's appellate court system. So he could arguably walk from all of this.
Is this appealable?
The Supreme Court's not appealable. What's going to happen now is that these lower courts are going to have to look at each charge and try to argue whether or not it's an official capacity. And then as that happens...
Are the lower courts mindful of what the big boys just ruled on? And
yes.
why they make these new... They may have to change course in their thinking now that the SCOTUS has laid the law down as to how you're supposed to interpret it. So does that make a lower court have to abide by, may have to change directions on the way they've ruled?
Correct. And so they are the trier of fact. The lower courts are the ones that sort out the facts of the case. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be like a mini trial or hearings to determine which specific charges stem from an official or an outside the official capacity. And then that ruling will be challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court. And they're going to end up defining really on specific cases what's official and what's not official.
Here's how Fox covered it.
All right, let's bring in Brett Tolman now, former federal prosecutor and former U.S. attorney for Utah.
Yeah, who's the chick on the far right?
I know, who is that?
From the comfort of home.
Thank you, Alexa.
Try the off-road.
Alexa, shut up, bitch. I'm playing a story right now from Fox.
Always good to have you on the program.
I don't know
Judge
that
Janine
one.
joined us last hour and said this on the ruling. Listen.
Whenever anyone on the left talks about an assault against democracy, you know that it has little, if any, meaning. That's their go-to line when they don't have a substantive argument. The Supreme Court...
I will tell you, for like 105, because I think this woman, she's a former judge.
Yeah, she is, right.
She looks awesome.
She's very old.
I think she's in her mid to late 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in her 70s.
Judge Janine,
Yeah,
I think
she's
it is.
like 75, 76.
She looks great. And she's so full of fire. I love her.
She's got the fire of a 45-year-old, and she looks pretty damn good. I mean, Dan,
she's great.
Dan, she's got one
Better
hell.
than J-Lo.
She's got one hell of a plastic surgeon.
You put her and J-Lo, I'm going to her.
Is a branch that has final decision on legal decisions in this country. They are not willing to accept it if it doesn't.
Now, Dan, has she had a lot of work done?
Oh, probably. Yeah. In my personal opinion, yes. In my opinion, yes.
Now, what is the makeup of the Supreme Court? Is it 6-3 Republican? Or is it? I thought it was 5-4.
It's 6-3 conservative, and it's amazing how the liberal judges have already thrown out the respect for the court. It's disgusting. Sotomayor should be ashamed of herself.
Line with their political ideology. And this is part of the institutional breakdown of our government.
But that is not stopping some Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, AOC, to which she was responding, a tweet from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and others from saying this is a sign that this is a politicized court and a broken system. Brett, your response?
I mean, have there been Democratic majorities on the SCOTUS?
Say that one more time.
Have we had Democratic majorities?
I think it was a soft Democrat majority probably in the 80s.
Like a 5-4 deal?
Yeah.
Well, it's literally the definition of democracy working. It is separation of powers. It is judges that just recently, Judge Barrett and Justice Roberts were praised by the left for some of the decisions that have come out. We saw several unanimous decisions. They had no issues with any of those. But now, when there's a very important case that divided on political lines, they have an issue with it. And I will tell you, Sandra, this is a decision that was actually not difficult when it comes to analyzing the law. They came down exactly where the Constitution is on it, where the law is. And it's not a slam dunk 100% win for President Trump. It's like a 90% win for President Trump when you combine.
Yeah, but man, that's pretty. I mean,
pretty good.
He's been running with 0% wins.
Beach Metal Detective, $10.
Right.
Well, it's going to show that the president was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and that they are, unreasonably trying to throw the book at Trump.
I think let me correct you a little bit. I don't think that everybody would agree that he was doing what he was supposed to be doing. But I think everybody would agree with this new ruling that what he was doing was within the confines of what he can do, and he was doing with what he can do. And it's not what he did wasn't criminal, which has been interpreted criminal by the Democrats, and have weaponized the government to hang him up on 96 indictments.
Right.
And so he may not have been doing what he was supposed to be doing, but what he was doing now has been deemed potentially not illegal within the scope of his job or title. Right? Because some people might say,
because he can now argue that his resistance to certifying the election and his investigating the election was well within his rights as a president and in his official duty. Yes, it's his job to make sure the election was done fairly and without fraud. That's his job.
The Fisher opinion that came out, but that's the way it should be, because we're seeing that they've been using and manipulating our criminal laws to try to take out a political opponent. And the Supreme Court said, "Hey, let me remind you, you have to satisfy the proper show of evidence in order to pursue this."
Well, Democrats, it seems, are not reading it as, sort of a down-the-middle decision.
Who's she? She's pretty hot.
Vegas Bubble Army,
the
25.
Biden campaign
Thank you,
holding
buddy.
a press call saying, and I quote, "They just handed Donald Trump the keys to a dictatorship." You had Chuck Schumer tweeting, "This disgraceful decision by the MAGA SCOTUS, which is comprised of 3 justices appointed by Trump himself, enables the former president to weaken our democracy by breaking the law. It undermines SCOTUS's credibility and suggests our political influence trumps all in our courts today." The Senate minority leader suggested that there should potentially be some consequences for this kind of talk. I want to play for you what he said and see if you agree.
This goes beyond the standard disgraceful bullying
Oh, jeez.
My Democratic colleagues have.
Okay.
I know.
So again, these guys have immunity. Chuck Schumer can say whatever he wants to say, even though it's disgusting, even though you may disagree with it.
Okay.
He has immunity. These guys have to have immunity so they can conduct business. It's part of the game.
Perfected.
And by the way, Trump left the office, and there was a peaceful transfer of power from Trump to Biden. Why they're saying that Trump is going to have a dictatorship, it never happened. He peacefully transferred power to Biden when his remedies and potential remedies to challenge the election were over.
All right, Dan, hold on. We're trying to find Chuck Schumer's chin, okay?
It's gone.
It's a judicial act. These senators are telling the Chief Justice privately to change the course of pending litigation.
So should elected Democrats who are saying this stuff face any consequences for this?
Well, no, because
they're immune.
Listen, you're eating your own logic. If the Supreme Court's going to rule what they ruled, it gives the senators and congressmen all the right to I mean, that's under the guise of the First Amendment. First and foremost, they have the right to criticize anybody.
They can criticize anyone.
To criticize. The Supreme Court aren't immune to criticism.
Nope.
Criticize the hell out of them
all day. And if you have a problem, try to impeach one.
Right.
I think they should. The Senate has rules of professional conduct that apply, the ethical rules. It's also concerning because these same individuals.
Kool-Aid. Because realistically, if he was to be honest there, he would have said, no, the people on the Senate floor should not be penalized.
That's why.
They should be able to say whatever the hell they want, and including their dislike for this ruling, and that's just the way it is. Period. And if they have a problem further, get the remaining of their Democrats together and try to do an investigation on the some type of hearing on the. I don't think you can even bring up a hearing on the SCOTUS, can you?
You can try to impeach them. If you think that one
has
of
there
the
ever been one? Has there ever been one impeached?
There may have been one Supreme Court justice impeached in the last 250 years. I am not certain to that one.
So that's rarer.
It's super rare. But again, if you have a problem with someone in another, if the Congress has a problem with someone in the executive branch or the judicial branch, they can impeach them. That is the single remedy. Otherwise, leave them alone and let them do their job. Again, these same senators and congressmen that are enjoying immunity for what they say on the Congress on the congressional floor are criticizing the immunity of the president to do his job. And you
can't have the best of both worlds.
They're hypocrites. And if you really, the problem with the Democrat platform today is that you can't say everything they stand for to an eclectic group of people, because they contradict themselves in almost every single way. And here's another example of it. They want their immunity, but the president can't have his immunity.
Let me go to words. When I come back, Sleepy Joe wasn't real happy about this.
No, he likes to read the teleprompter.
And he read the teleprompter super. He did. I will tell you, he did pretty good yesterday.
End quote.
He did pretty good yesterday.
Except he read all the end quotes.
He did read end quote.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Whatever he sees needs to be done.
Look, I agree. Was an attempt to overthrow the fucking government. Bunch of old people with signs.
What up, Longer? Man, it's been a long week. Man, if humans are still around in like 100 years, we're going to have a 2-day work week. I'm voting for marijuana.
That's right. 2 and 4 is all I'm bearing.
Bubba, I'll just give you, when you see me giving you a call this weekend, I'll just be, just pick it up. I'll just be recording a podcast, Gonzo style. Just a little how's North Carolina doing, you know. Yep, today's the last day of our week. You too, Felix. Take it easy, man. Jake, here's something that's going to blow your fucking mind. Are you ready?
Uh-oh.
Some people go out of town before the actual 4th of July.
Yeah.
So
What's wrong with that?
I'm just... Let it sink in.
Why?
What are you thinking then?
That today's our last day of the week.
And today's the 2nd. So we're just taking 1 day off before the 4th. We're taking 1 additional day.
Yeah, no, listen, I got no issue. I have no issue.
Fucking... We're gonna hear Happy Show out there fucking...
He's killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Berto's in North Carolina. You guys should meet up. Love Army meetup in the mountains. Only the strong survive. Man, they've been pushing this. What is it? Dengue? Dan?
The dengue fever?
They've been talking about this for fucking weeks, man.
I know. They found a case in Tampa.
They did?
1 case.
Oh, shit.
What is it?
It's just a virus you can get from mosquitoes.
Oh, it's like the West Nile and all that.
Yeah. You can get chronic.
Zika.
You get chronically sick for a little bit. You don't have the small heads like the Zika's.
Oh, okay.
You don't gotta worry about Zika?
Thanks, Mike Schaefer. No. Paul Rogers, what's up? Dawn, you're funny.
Come on. Give me a 3, Pippi. Pick me a 3.
He went from strip clubs and mansions to golf carts and pickleball. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yes. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, July 2nd, 2024. Today is our last day, as we're going to take an additional day before July 4th off. So we're going to take the 3rd, 4th, and 5th off. lot of like Dan. Like, what are you giving your office? Like, what's your office get?
Thursday and Friday, and half on Wednesday.
Oh, okay. So,
oh hell yeah!
I mean, we're getting half more than they are. That's it.
That's it.
So you're doing a half day tomorrow, and then Thursday, Friday off.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And that probably is just because you did operations today
and yesterday.
And Wednesday is a day that a lot of your operations come back for their first time back to you since the operation, which is the most critical time. That first visit back to your office post-op is the most crucial.
Yes, and I like to have people. Some doctors say, they'll do an operation, they'll say, I'll see you in a week. But, most of my patients come back the next day. And the lady I operated on yesterday is a friend of mine's wife, so yeah, I'm definitely going to see her today.
Right, so that requires a half day tomorrow. So somebody was giving us a hard time saying, oh, you guys should be working tomorrow. Most people are just getting a fourth off.
I like people telling me when I should and shouldn't be working.
Yeah.
I love when people tell me when I should work.
I like when people tell me how to run my business.
Yeah, and how much harder I need to work.
Right. Please.
Take yourself and go.
So I won't be taking any days off. The podcast division will be up and running, new fresh content every single day,
including what I've been told as some gonzo podcasting.
I was gonna
what?
check
You were
in
just
with
gonna
you.
what?
I was gonna check in with you. I was gonna try a couple of things from the house. To see if, call you.
And you can do some live from the Clem Gym, right?
No, nobody.
From the chair? Yeah, I can record a podcast in the chair.
It's just going to be called The Chair.
Yes, sir.
That's the name of the podcast.
Let me lay down a rule for the building.
Oh, man.
Nobody is to be in the building unless it's involving like something that you're fixing or something that's failed or you need to get us back on the air.
Fix some biceps.
Or something like that. But Dan, you want to? I feel like you're baby facing me. I don't want him in my gym. Why are you continuing to make jokes about him coming to my gym? I don't want him in my gym.
Am I him?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what happened to us, Bubba. Like we had a thing going. You gave me an open.
Listen, nobody can just come to the building while I'm on vacation and just work out at the gym willy-nilly. I mean, you can work out. If people can work out here, if you ask me, and I know you're going to be here, let me LM close $100.
Thank you.
Have a great 4th. Yeah, we're going to be like 3 days not making any money. So pile us up right now if you can. Appreciate it. At the Bubba Army, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
Should I have all the boys on the podcast give out the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal too, Bubba?
Sure. Yeah, ours, not theirs.
Yeah. No, of course.
So. I would prefer nobody to come to the building. Lummy, I might even park my car like in front of the gate.
Okay.
Do like a J. I'm gonna block you out.
Well, I'm just saying, I just don't want anybody here.
That's aggressive.
What do you mean that's aggressive?
But I'm okay still, right, Bubba?
Yeah, you're okay.
My stuff, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, because you got goat.
And I was just talking with Average Joe too, Aaron, and we were working on the back there.
I can hear him go crazy back there, which I think Rhett's messing with my camera. I hope everything's okay.
He apologized about that. He just wanted to get here early to make sure that we got everything lined up.
Man, I don't mind the sound of Weed Whacker on the air.
Okay.
He can tell him to weed whack it up.
Okay.
I mean, people know that we're in an industrial warehouse somewhere near the flight path of U.S. American International Airport.
But we don't really usually hear the airplanes on the air.
No.
I mean, this building's really well insulated.
Yeah, but we can hear weed whackers for some reason.
Really?
Sure can.
Really?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, yeah. So, but weed whack away back there because it needs weed whacked, Lummy.
Yeah, it does. And he's
don't give out.
Outrageous.
Presidency is the most powerful office in the United States.
Here we go. Joe's not happy about this, and so
he should be happy. So he doesn't go to jail when he's out of office.
I'm just saying,
dumbass.
right now, Dan, be quiet now. We're fair and balanced. We give both sides of the fence here,
which is why he is foolish to criticize something that gives him protection for his actions as president.
Win is for them to be able to pin the president as a felon and a bad guy and try to get him hemmed up on one of these 96 yippee-os. This completely, not only did his performance on Thursday's debate gut his his bid to be the next president. But this certainly, he was relying on, being able to continually publicly try Donald Trump.
Yep.
They were. That was part of their strategy, as it should be. As it should be. They've drawn a line in the sand that they like to weaponize the government, and they're doing a hell of a job at it. They really are.
And the only time that Trump did take a little bit of a hit in the polls was after the guilty verdict in New York. He definitely took a couple point hit.
If you're a Democrat, this is your strategy.
Mm-hmm.
This is your strategy. You're like, okay, we got to paint him as a felon, and we got to keep him hemmed up on
something,
as many things as we can. The January 6th, because maybe some of that stuff will stick. Because we're getting our ass kicked right now, and Joe can't debate. And supposedly Joe told his family on Sunday he's sticking in the race. So we have got to dirty this guy up.
It seems like his family wanted him to stay in more. His son and wife.
Presidency is the most powerful office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that tests your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments.
I've never been on the other side of one of those glass teleprompters. They look so cool because you can't see anything.
I know. I've always wanted to.
I've always wanted to see
No, it's just you can see that it's like a heads-up display.
Right, I know. And Lummy, why did it send me over here? Son of a bitch! It sent me over to a pride attack. All right, here we go. So yeah, I've always wanted to see what that looked like. Oh man, Jesus, are you kidding me?
When I saw it, came up with green text. It was like a green light.
But the average person can't see it.
You can't see it from the other side. It's absolutely invisible, 100% invisible.
It's like a heads-up display in a car, isn't it?
Yep, exactly.
Kind of deal.
That's how it works.
All right, Lummy, here we go. All right, appreciate it.
It's a nice warehouse.
I was just thinking about how much that warehouse costs. I really was. I was thinking, man, it's $1 zillion warehouse with all that automation and
here's
stuff.
the President of the United States.
All right, here we go.
The presidency is the most powerful office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that can test your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the president.
I got to tell you, man, had he come, if I was being intellectually honest, he's doing pretty good here. And if he would have done it this well on the debate, it'd be a whole nother discussion. I mean, like they got him.
This is recorded.
I understand that. No, this isn't live.
Yeah, right. It's live my ass.
And he has a script.
Hold on, no. What I'm saying is
he can read well.
Scripted, well rested, shot up with the Jesus juice, going out there reading on a teleprompter. You're doing pretty good.
He's got a nice tan too.
Third graders can do that.
I know that, Dan. I'm talking about comparing this to how he did in the debate when he's
night and day.
Exactly. Had he done this well in the debate, it'd be a different discussion.
Oh, but these guys'
is
training
founded
goes
on
on.
the principle that there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law.
I have 0 mess ups so far. Let's count the mess ups.
No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do.
No mess ups at all.
This is a fundamentally new principle.
Edit room floor.
And it's a dangerous precedent because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation, from gutting voting rights and civil rights to taking away a woman's right to choose, to today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation.
And really hurts me in my campaign because I was really, really, really needing to throw a bunch of charges against this guy.
And they only said presidential acts, not personal acts. He leaves that out.
4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police, the ransacking at the Capitol, a mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi.
Well, that's
gallows
hold on.
erected
That's a little. Did they hunt her down?
No,
they didn't hunt her down. The only person that was hunted down was Congressman.
Hold on, she was filming a documentary
She
while
had
it
so
was
much
going.
security with guns, and no one that went into the Capitol had guns.
Wasn't she?
Didn't her husband get a beat down in his own house?
That was his house, though. That's not January 6th.
All right, I'm just saying. He's still
Vice
suffering.
President Mike Pence.
Yes, her husband did get a beat down.
picked up a guy at a
that's just
bar.
because they live in San Francisco and the place sucks.
Right.
Wasn't it here in the fine district of Columbia? That was in San Fran, and you know there's no rules in San Fran anymore.
And
you can't even be the husband of the Speaker of the House and not get your ass whipped in San Francisco, right?
That's right.
I mean, if they're whipping the husband of the Speaker of the House of our United States government, that's pretty thug, is it not?
Oh yeah.
And the opinion specifically says
the
the opinion specifically says no one is above the law, and so. The immunity only applies to official acts. It doesn't apply to non-official acts. So this pearl-clutching opinion of the president that he can murder his predecessor or his opponent is just actually a flat-out, bold-faced lie.
Darkest days in the history of America. Now the man who sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol is facing potential criminal conviction for what happened that day. And the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know the answer about what happened on January 6th.
Do you notice how he throws in before the upcoming election? If you were gonna try Trump for the 6th, for the January 6th stuff, let it go through the court system like any other one would, and maybe it would time perfectly to be before the election. Maybe it would time so that,
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold? Let me, anytime you put anything on hold on this Fox deal, it flips you over to another deal.
It sure does.
So, but what I'm saying is, why do you got to throw in before the election?
Because it's all about trying to retain power.
I know.
And the only person that died on January 6th was an unarmed white woman going through a window that was shot by the Capitol Police.
That was the only death?
That was the only death, was one of the protesters who was a woman, unarmed, shot as she was entering a window.
Say former military.
Here we go.
So
I'm not going
to. The answer about what happened on January 6th before they asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely. It's a terrible disservice to the people of this nation. So now the American people have to do what the courts should have been willing to do, but will not. The American people have to render a judgment
Better vote against
about Donald Trump's behavior.
That's right.
The American people must
shit.
decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the land.
Well, that's the pot calling the
The
kettle
American
black.
people must decide if Trump's embrace of violence to preserve his power is acceptable. Perhaps most importantly, the American people must decide if they want to entrust the president once again, the presidency, to Donald Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it. At the outset of our nation, it was the character of George Washington, our first president, to define the presidency. He believed power was limited, not absolute, and that power always resides with the people. Always. Now, over 200 years later, with today's Supreme Court decision, once again, it'll depend on the character of the men and women who hold that presidency that are going to define the limits of the power of the presidency, because the law will no longer do it. I know I will respect the limits of the presidential powers.
What do you think his hair looks like messed up?
For 3.5
I don't know.
years.
I don't know. That might be some of that Ronco spray on hair. You know what I'm saying?
But any president, including Donald Trump, will now be free to ignore the law.
Just like he did.
This looks like a different
Just
person.
like he did on the student loans. He ignored the law.
Look at his eyes, and then look at his eyes are
concur
blue
with
there.
Justice
You can see
Sotomayor.
the blue in his eyes there, and in the debate, his eyes just look
There's
black.
dissent today.
Look at a different person.
Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, The president is now a king above the law.
Yeah.
With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
Pure projection.
So should the American people dissent. I dissent. May God bless you all, and may God help preserve our democracy. Thank you.
Sotomayor lost all decorum when she said I dissent instead of I respectfully dissent. She lost respect for her own court. She should be ashamed of herself for that. It's disgusting.
Now,
and for her to put such outrageous hyperboles in her opinion is absolutely intellectually dishonest. If a president tried to have a political opponent murdered, he would get immediately impeached, and then he would be subject to murder charges. This does not allow that to happen. It is absolutely ridiculous. But what this does allow to happen is when someone like Joe Biden calls an airstrike and accidentally kills civilians, he's not going to get sued civilly, and he's not going to get charged criminally with negligent homicide if he makes a mistake.
So
Obama is not going to go to jail for killing the American jihadist without a trial because he drone strikes his ass. This is what presidents have to have in order to be president. And by the way, at the end of Trump's term, there was a peaceful transfer of power. These
Thanks,
intellectually
Dan. Thank you,
dishonest.
Dan. MAGA Dan over there. Thanks.
It's not MAGA Dan. It's Fact Dan.
I understand, but you also MAGA Dan too. We try to give both sides of the story here, my friend.
This helps.
You get on the
Biden.
long rants sometimes.
This
You're
helps
very,
Biden.
very MAGA'd out.
This helps Biden. It protects
Anytime
him.
you find yourself, Dan, like really talking a lot and us not getting to say a word, kind of think to yourself, maybe I'm not in the operating room and this isn't my world. I might be hogging some time for the boys up a little bit.
Except for this is a legal question, and I'm a lawyer, and this is addressed to me. So that's why I was giving you a long form answer in this case, Bubba, because you addressed it to me.
All right, that's great. We're gonna go.
There's a lot of these that are just ridiculous.
So yes. So you know how post-debate, the Democrats come out immediately, and the only thing they got is that Trump is a liar.
By the way, this came from Joe Biden's Twitter.
I understand.
I know. I'm just letting people know that.
Yeah. I'm getting ready to go into words, and Joe Biden's Twitter. Finally, I've been for the longest time like, well, tell us the lies so that we can, unbiasedly go through here and see if it's fact or opinion or a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, tell us what you think Donald Trump lied about, and let's not wear our red hats. Let's not wear our blue hats. Let's just be absolutely intellectually honest. And I think the Democrats have taken a lot of Donald Trump's opinion and boastfulness and trying to get, the things that people say to get elected as truths. And they're mostly opinions. And I don't think an opinion can be a lie. Like, you know what? 5 + 5 is 12. That's a lie or a mistake.
Correct.
Okay?
And a mistake's not necessarily a lie either.
So I'm just saying, like if he said Joe Biden has been rounding up immigrants and deporting them back to their respective countries very aggressively in the last 90 days, that would be a lie. He's not doing that. It's wide open Willie. So, I'm going to go through this. Now, by the way, this comes from Joe Biden. So this is what the Democrats deemed lies. And I think that almost every one of them, and I think the American public is smart enough to realize that we're dealing with Donald Trump. He likes to embellish. He likes to take credit for stuff. And so if he took credit for things that flat out he had nothing to do with, then potentially it could be a lie. But I want to go through all 50. All 50 of these, what Biden is calling Trump lies. I want to go through all 50 because I'm like, that's all. rather than just to say, okay, we had a bad debate, our guy really crapped the bed, they instantaneously have to come out with all these lies. Now, listen, I'm going to run through these. And if it's a flat out lie, bitch, we're going to call it a lie.
Okay.
But I think that this shows the desperation of the Democratic Party. That's all you got Donald Trump on is 50 lies, of which, I don't know, 44 of them aren't a lie. We'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Thank you.
No problem. You just got to scroll down a little bit on that webpage, but you'll see.
There's my fucking.
Yeah, I sent that to you yesterday.
Race car.
Yeah. Your truck.
Yeah, you guys will see fucking. Oh shit. Uniform mods. This is some real.
It's with the song, so I figured.
Look at this guy. He fucking look. Bam! That was my first.
That's Dale Earnhardt right there.
I mean, we're probably going 100 at this point. Bam!
I'm not talking about the hardness of my cock with you. You're my boss.
I'm sorry, I can see it in my right eye. I can see your bulge moving.
It's a false bulge. It's puffed up material.
Did Dan see this?
We're the only ones here, cowboy. So I'm gonna have to act like I give a fuck until somebody else shows up.
Bam!
Bam, bam. I love fucking cars, dude. It's just a bit on the air where I act like I don't like fucking racing, dude. I love it. I hope John Force is okay. I bought his fire suit that I'm gonna wear around town. What up, Permagrom? Did you want to show Dan you're racing? He's here.
You're racing?
Dan, this is hold on. When I race trucks, let me show you. I'm right here.
Okay, so this is asphalt circle?
Yes, asphalt, New Summer and a half mile. We're going about 100. We're going about 100 right here. So this is me right here. See? So we're coming out. These two guys. They get into each other. Now watch me.
Earnhardt.
Yeah, so remember
that's Earnhardt at 100 miles an hour into a wall.
Remember Lummy was like, it was just a little tap.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Somebody
went
did.
straight into the wall.
That was not me.
Somebody said it was just a tap. So watch this.
Boom.
And my car picked up speed when they went across my nose.
Damn.
Then I hit the wall, and this little baby hit that I took actually was more than like right here. Check this out.
Buckwheat 4390, 64 months.
Look at I cleared him. I had him cleared.
Are you doing anything wrong? Brutal.
That fucking gave me a concussion, I promise you.
Oh yeah. That's a scary wreck.
So let me I gotta go right here.
Yeah, if you scroll, continue reading. Go up a little bit. Continue reading button. And then if you keep going down. Right there.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to talk too much. It's just hard to summarize 112 pages in 2 sentences.
You're good. You're good, Maga Dan.
You know what this doesn't prevent?
Nerd.
Trump from prosecuting Biden for the records because he had him as a non-president. Exposes him on that one. What's up, Wordy 2021? Thank you.
What's up, Cecilia Redneck?
That's funny what you said, Cecilia, too. Thanks, last one, mugshots, Alpha, as Fakazo.
The only man who cheated on the woman that wiped his ass.
That's gross. I love it.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me, you got 3 days worth of best ofs ready to go?
Yes, sir. My tries them all uploaded.
No Fs?
No Fs.
F no.
Mrs. Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
Well, I don't know if that's used wrongly.
Correct.
I think it's actually they're trying to make him look bad here because he's quoting
her.
So
right.
At that point, he's not reading end of quote like as if it was written as a speech. He's actually talking about what she said, and that would be appropriate to say end of quote.
That's where she stopped saying it.
So this is somebody that's trying to bury Joe unjustly.
Yeah.
That he did not mess up there.
Nope.
Immediately now, Trump seeks to set aside the New York hush money verdict hours after the Supreme Court ruling. So right now, Dan, of all of his lawyers just now writing all of these, appeals or thrown out willies, like what would you be writing as an attorney to that particular court?
The argument is that anything he did in his official capacity is protected.
And you would use the new ruling. You would say, as now officially ruled by the Scottish, and then quote their law, our lawsuit falls within those parameters, and we're asking for an immediate dismissal or
yes.
reversal of verdict, or like what are you asking for?
Throughout the opinion, throughout the verdict, exactly. Just reverse the verdict, reverse the opinion of the trial court, and
it can't be tried again because the rule in itself is, he should have never been tried to begin with.
Yes, and that is one valid, in my opinion, legal argument. But also, again, that trial was tainted with a lot of, I think, judicial mistakes that should be reversed just within New York's appellate system.
Well, but this is much larger than the appellate system.
That's what happens because the states have to defer to the federal government. The federal government trumps state law, and so Trump wins, and the Georgia case is going to get thrown out. And the special prosecutor will be determined to be not valid. So he's got he's going bye-bye.
All right,
and that's the Miami case and the DC case is the same special prosecutor.
We are now going to go through the 50 lies. This is what the Democrat, even Jill, she'll warm up a crowd by saying, "And what did Donald Trump do? Lied." They should have Henry Rollins. You're a liar, right? And you lied. Henry Rollins. I think it was his only hit, but he made a ton of money on. Remember how?
He was huge.
Remember that song was so violent. Like it was so.
Do you remember, Seth?
Yeah,
do you remember
gonna try
"Liar" by Henry Rollins?
Was that the Rollins band?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of people. I know you liked them. I know Drew liked them. I always just found him to be way too odd.
I like him.
I like him as an actor.
Better as a person and his spoken word than I did as a performer.
He's smart. He's
so
very,
well read.
Yeah, he is.
He's weird. He's just like, hey, I just dropped me up in North Korea, and I tell the Uber driver, just to take me to the weirdest spot, and then I try to find my way back.
Yeah, he'll by himself.
Yeah,
or he'll be like, I'll take a train into the French Alps.
He's probably living life the right way. It's just I'm scared of him, Bubba. I don't know what to tell you.
I sent you the music video, and I think Seth would be pretty scared.
Yeah. This was his big hit. And this was his only big, because he was part of Black Flag. He was part of a couple different groups, and this was his one song, Lummy, that he made a ton of money off of.
Yeah,
and it gets real like this. Biden should. I think she's talking about like a girl that finally meets a guy, and she's just head over heels, and so she drops all of her, like potential red flags, and she's just totally.
He's like the nicest guy ever.
But really, deep down, he's just an absolute scumbag liar.
Yeah,
I think so. Hey, listen, I want to date you. I know we're getting hot and heavy here. You want to go exclusive, but I want you to listen just one song, okay? And after you hear that, if you still want to date me, we can date, okay? But this is my theme song. Okay? Disturbing.
It's a little deep there.
Hold on, this was Seth, rock radio. This was a hit.
Was it?
Oh
It's a
my
horrible
God!
song.
No, but Lummy, tell me where it. Find out where it charted. MTV played it. Rock radio stations played it like.
This guy was addressing mental health issues before anybody was.
You could use some SSRIs.
I mean, this is the most intellectually honest song a man could sing to a woman, right?
Yes.
For real. I mean, we all lie. Every one of us lies.
According to VH1, this is the 64th best rock song of all time.
Of all time. Wow. Here we go. So now, Seth, he gets into that,
Bubba, how did you drag us through most of the
hold on.
song?
Hold on. Listen to how crazy this is.
You don't think I'm sold on it?
But hold on. So now you've scared her away. She's broke up with you, and then this is how you get. If I run for city of Tampa mayor, this is gonna be my opening. This is in full disclosure, I just want to play this. I lie. Nobody can ever say you didn't warn them, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, that's a disturbing song.
You never heard of that?
I don't think I've ever heard that song.
That one, it charted to number 9.
It's unbelievable.
It charted to number 9 at 94. Oh yeah. And Henry's like,
and that's his best song, huh?
That's just, yeah. Well,
it's top chart. His opus.
And he doesn't like it. He's like, man, we're just pulling a gimmick. He's like the most worldly, cool. Like Seth said, Henry Rollins is the kind of guy that goes, hey, listen, I'm going to go to South Korea and have you drop me off at a high mountaintop with a backpack, and I'm going to try to get back into the city. For real. I'd have him on the studio. I'm like, Henry, where are you going? He's like, well, I'm getting ready to go to Afghanistan. And I like to go in. What do you mean Afghanistan? Well, I like to go into Afghanistan and just go into the village and talk to the people and see what they're selling. The vegetable stands and.
So you think he's hanging out in Ukraine right now, trying to dance around the Russian troops?
I don't know, man. But I'll tell you this: did you know there were 2 famous people that actually wrote letters to the FCC when I went through my FCC nonsense? 2 people wrote letters. He was one of them. And Mick Foley, the wrestler, was the and you don't understand.
In support of you? In support of you?
Yeah, but hold on.
I know he's smart.
He's very smart.
I know Mick's smart.
He's very smart. Yeah, they wrote letters to the FCC.
Just 2 of the oddest gentlemen in their profession.
I know. But I was such good friends with both, and they really found it to be just a disgrace of what they, how the FCC turned a television event into a radio witch hunt.
Right.
And that nobody in television got in trouble over Janet Jackson Nipplegate, but instead Howard Stern, myself, the regular guys, and a couple other shows, me and Howard being the 2 most popular, me and Howard being the people that the Senate commission, the Senate hearings were talking about. I was watching it with Tom Bean, and my name comes up, and he goes, you're screwed, or we're screwed when your name gets mentioned during a congressional hearing.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
He's like,
not a good sign.
I'm like, Tom, John Hogan, the CEO of Clear Channel at the time, was up on the Hill testifying, and he goes, "I just assure you, senators and congressmen, that I was not aware of Mr. Bubba the Love Sponge and what he was doing in Tampa, and I can assure you that we've gotten rid of him and Howard across 31 of our radio stations. You will no longer hear the Howard Sterns or the Bubba the Love Sponges on Clear Channel airwaves. You know, and we bury you. We're disgusted and blah 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 blah." And Tom turned to me and goes, "Man, that's a first. Now you've effed up so bad that your name's now during a congressional hearing. That's bad." I'm like, oh, I mean, it's probably never good when they're using you as a villain at a congressional hearing, right? No. When you're the bad guy at a congressional hearing, yeah. And you don't. Now, remember when Dee Snider and all those guys went in there and gave him the business though about. Wasn't it Tipper Gore? Mm-hmm. Tipper Gore was trying to censor
parental advisory.
Yeah, the 2 Live Crew and Motley Crue and Twisted Sister and
Body Count.
Quiet Riot and all this kind of deal. And
Cop Killer, remember his Body Count?
And he wrote something very thoughtful.
Dee Snider went up there and owned them.
Yep,
he sure did.
Dee Snider walked in full Twisted Sister gear, full rock gear. By the way, Dee's a friend of mine. And he went in there and owned them.
He sure did.
Owned them. I think Luke Campbell went up there and owned them. I do have that Luke Campbell.
Yeah, we need
talks
to get it.
like masturbates. Like Luke Campbell's doing phone sex with I think Alexis Texas. I have that. I mean, I don't know where we would put it though. I don't think we could put it anywhere and not get in trouble for it. All right, so the Democrats, they're scrambling around right now. And all they can come up with is Donald Trump. You know what? The Democrats should have a guy dressed up like Donald Trump and then be singing that song as a parody. Don't you think? I mean,
I think Dark Match Steve should be making a parody of that song right now.
It even sounded like him.
It does. I mean, how easy you could do that. The quiet voice and then the lie. I mean, that thing's unbelievable.
I want your wives hear any of that. So they're going with Donald Trump told 50 lies. 50 lies. He's a liar.
Read these things.
He's a liar. And I lied. No, we're not going to wear our red hats. We're just going to wear our...
Try to be intellectually honest.
The only hat we got on are man hats. Seth, you got your man hat on?
Oh, never comes off, Bubba. Even in the shower.
Oh, yeah. Can we also say, maybe the statement's hyperbole? You're allowed to say, you know what I mean?
I have
it hyperbole, fact, or false?
I have you in here as a First Amendment lawyer that know that things like that. And like I said earlier, I've read through most of these, and most of them are either Donald Trump's opinion, factual, or
hyperbole.
Or I mean, like not again.
Mile High Burger, best ever, best in the world.
I mean, when Jimmy's barbecue shop says Jimmy's brisket, best butt in the world, do you think really that he's got the world's best butt brisket? No, it's just it's his own interpretation. And I know that the president can't, necessarily govern with his own interpretation, but when you're in the setting of a debate and you're debating things and you're making statements, not statements of fact, but statements of engagement while you're debating a person. And here are the 50, and if they're a lie, we're going to call it a lie. And if they're an opinion, we're actually going to see how many lies he told, okay?
All right.
And we're going to be honest about it.
Are you going to keep a score?
Yeah, we're keeping a score. Yeah, we're keeping a score, Dan.
Come on, Dr. Dan.
You think we're just going to go through them and then be like, oh, how many was there? No, it's a highly intensive equation here, Dan.
Keith Yeager, $150.
I got all the sound effects. Who?
Keith Yeager, $150.
Thank you very much, my
Dan
friend.
is on the money.
Mega Dan. Let me fish on the J, $50. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, The Bubba Army.
Damn, keep teasing these 50 lies, Bubba. Now the money's really coming in.
That's it.
Let's play.
I mean, the $150 for Dan is right.
Here we go. And we're going to all talk about them. And everybody, nobody hold your tongue.
There's a good
just
one on 4.
Blurt it out. What?
There's a good sounder on 4 on the button bar.
Good sounder.
All lies. On 4, the orange.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Oh, okay. Let me see. You mean
It's a new one here.
Do a pot up 3 and 4.
Orange
Lies. Oh, lies!
That's huge, Tom. You gotta get huge.
Oh, that's a huge. Oh, sorry.
He's going crazy.
Lies. Oh, lies!
That's like a Mexican bitch who's
Lies. Oh, lies!
I got sound effects. I got lie drops. Here we go. The first one. This is listed. By the way, this is listed on Joe Biden's Twitter. Lies.
This is the best they could do too. This is the number one.
Right. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well, and everybody was amazed by it. Now, I'm going to go first, and we'll run around the room. And I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's a lie. I think that's your opinion of how the country was doing while you were the president. I find that an opinion. Let me over to you.
I find it as an opinion.
Dan?
I find it as an opinion, and I think they're calling it a lie because there was like one point where one economic parameter was a little higher than during that period, and so that's why they're interpreting it as a lie. So I do not call this a lie.
Yeah. Jay?
I think it's opinion, and I think they call it a lie because he says, quote, everybody was amazed by it. Well,
Yeah,
they weren't. Not everybody. Democrats weren't amazed by it, so there's your lie.
Donald
But
Trump thinks that
opinion.
everybody is like he's so narcissistic that he thinks everything he does everybody likes.
Well, everybody was in agreement with COVID. You know what I mean? That's the other lie on the other side.
Macho?
I had more money in my pocket. Gas was cheaper. I mean, I thought I had a great economy when he was in there.
And Seth?
I mean, I agree with Macho. I think it's an opinion also.
Perfect. So, that's not a lie.
Nope.
If you hear that means Donald Trump lied. So listen, it's not a lie. It's just simply not a lie. You cannot list that as a lie because it's not a lie. It's either
embellishment.
It's either hype. You're hyping yourself, or it's your opinion. 2. The only jobs he created are illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs. They bounced back from COVID. I don't know the statistics on this. I don't. I know.
Here's why.
Let him go first. We're going to get to you.
Relax.
Yeah. See how Dan?
He said blurt out.
I know.
He said blurt out.
No. He said don't hold back. He didn't say blurt out.
Anyway, let me over. I don't. To me, it's either a lie or I don't, because I don't know the statistics. I don't know that.
A lie sounds so bad. Like it's a falsity. Like it's just like a bad claim. But I just like lying. Lying seems malicious. Like,
right, and to me, this seems like it's just like this is engaging your opponent with some potential information that you disagree on. And to me, this is an opinion. Lummy?
I don't know the statistics either. I've heard that obviously a lot of the jobs from COVID are back. I would have to say not a lie.
Dan?
Here's why it's a lie, because he said in an absolute, the only jobs he created. So if you want to interpret it really specifically,
yep, you're right.
I could see it's not intellectually honest. But you could say what he should have said is most of the jobs or many of the jobs he created were, but he said all or the only.
You're right.
In that sense,
you're right.
I don't think it's a malicious lie. It's sort of the way he speaks.
They got him on a technicality.
It's a technicality. Technically, I think it's inaccurate.
Okay, so the same thing with the one before this, and you just said it, Bubba. This is the way Donald talks. So when he says the word, the only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants, that technically is a lie. But what he's saying is the majority of jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs. And the statistics are 15 million of them were bounce back jobs. You can't take credit for bounce back jobs as though you created the best economy in the world.
But since he did use the word only.
But I call this hyperbole and political speech. I don't think it's technically a lie, but I think it's hyperbole and political speech.
Sucking the MAGA D.
So Macho, of course, you know what Macho Man's going to be. Macho Man's like, not only is this not a lie, but I want to beat the guy up who printed it. Macho.
Jay had everything covered there.
Perfect. And Zeth, over to you.
I'd say technically it's a lie.
I would have to. The final score is going to be That was a lie.
And if you apply the Biden handicapped in there,
Yeah, you got it. Sure, no problem.
Let's use that same standard to whenever Biden says only or everybody agrees.
We don't have those questions.
We don't have those here.
Stop. You know what? I think that one little lie you guys got is not going to hurt your overall score. I think he's going to do good.
Right.
10%. Okay. The number three lie. 10% universal tariff proposed is not going to drive prices higher. Here's the deal. Nobody can say whether that's a lie or not because it's never been done. And secondly, you'd have to wait and get a fiscal year or some time, preferably a fiscal year, and compare your numbers to what your numbers were prior to the 10% tariff. So there's no way this is a lie. This is strictly his opinion. This is not a lie. It can't be a lie because nobody knows the numbers right now. So this is his opinion. Absolutely his opinion. I rule this opinion. Lummy, over to you.
Opinion.
Dan?
Opinion.
Jay?
Opinion.
Mach? What Jay says.
No, it's the truth because they're trying to say it's going to cost more money because they're trying to protect China, all the globalists in the administration now.
So you're saying it's a lie or that this is a factual statement?
I mean, I think it could be true that it will help our economy, yes.
All right, and Zeth, over to you.
What were the options again?
Opinion or lie?
Lie or not?
Opinion.
Okay, there we go. So I'm sorry. No, that would be. Yeah. He's only lied once so far. I mean, he's only lied once out of 3 times.
Yeah, pretty good.
Tariff proposed is just going to force other countries to pay us a lot more money. I think that's factual.
That sounds factual to me.
I think that if we don't have any tariff, listen. Let me just break it down. We don't currently have any large-scale, across-the-board tariffs for all people that we do imports with.
We have a lot of tariffs, Bubba, that you don't even know about.
No, but we don't have a uniformly 10% across the board. We have all tariffs for oil versus tariffs for food versus tariffs for automobiles.
Yep.
It's all different.
Yep.
We don't have a universal bubble gum or that new Chevy that you get imported. It's all the same.
There's a reason why you don't see a lot of Fords and Chevys in Europe because they tariff it so much that you can't even sell the product there.
I think that this is actually not only not a lie, I think this is factual.
This is his economic proposal and his opinion of how it's going to work.
This is either true or his opinion. That's how I score it. We'll go counterclockwise through the room. Seth, I'm not going to let you be last. You're going to be second. Go ahead.
Opinion.
Macho?
Bubba, you're so smart. It's the truth.
Thank you.
He's co-signing everybody.
Jay?
I think it's opinion.
Dan?
I think it's either opinion or accurate. So it's not a lie. I don't think it's a lie.
Lum.
Opinion.
Okay. Number 5. I gave you the largest tax cut in history. Okay. Did he?
Well, it depends who you is. Do you know what I mean? This is another one of those ones. Or does he mean the lowest of the income earners? Does he mean the highest of the income earners? Who is you?
He gave Americans.
Hold on. I think you could score this like this. If there was any section of America that got the largest tax break in history, whether that be the richest, the middle class, or the poorest, or the people that own businesses, or the people whatever. If there's any group of people that can claim that was, or statistically we know from the IRS that this particular group of people, or some Americans, got the largest tax break in the history of the tax code, then that would be truthful. Doesn't have to be everybody. If anybody was in the tax bracket that was cut the largest that it's ever been cut, then this was true. He didn't say he really covered his ass, I think, by saying you,
right?
Because there's somebody out there that got a big tax break.
And then which one? The largest tax cut. Which tax cut? Because there's also the corporate tax cut was enormous. What he reduced it from,
right?
And that goes to almost everybody.
But if you're going off of the largest tax as the whole entire country, he would be false and lying.
Yes.
Reagan had it in 1981.
All right, so Reagan had a bigger one.
But it depends, Bubba, on if you look at like percentages versus numbers.
Right.
Like if you look at unemployment, you could say unemployment's at 3.5%, or you could say unemployment's at 6 million.
They're basing this off the percentage of
So
GDP.
so it depends on how you statistically look at it. So one way of looking at it, it would be the highest, but another way of looking at it, it would be the second highest. And so it's splitting hairs on them.
I mean, again, this is not a clear-cut lie. This is a technicality at best.
Okay, I got you the second largest tax cut in history.
So I'm scoring this as opinion, or factually. I'm not scoring this a lie. I'm scoring this not a lie. This is not a bona fide, mean-spirited, premeditated lie. He was one of the most aggressive in getting he ranks 4th.
And you can, again, that's by what percentage, but if you talk about by absolute numbers of dollars, it may be the highest.
It's not so.
It's still not?
No.
So, okay. So then it's a lie.
Okay, it's a lie.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
We'll call that one a lie.
That one's a lie.
I mean, if we're trying to be really intellectually honest, then it's a lie.
Okay.
It's not the first. No matter how you score it.
That's not true. No matter how you score it, because there are certain people that are.
We're going to be here till 10
Next,
o'clock if we don't get through it.
7 and 8.
We're gonna be here
Go
till
along
1.
with that one, Bubba. Skip 6 for a second. Go to 7 and 8 because it's all the same subject.
The tax cuts spurred.
6 is Afghanistan.
Yeah,
no, but tax and tax and tax. 5, 7, and 8.
Man, the Diacos just need to shut up sometimes.
You'll see.
The tax cuts spurned the greatest economy that we've ever seen. Well, we did have a good economy, but is it the greatest that we've ever seen?
That's like
probably not.
He's like P.T. Barnum. That's what he says. Everything's like that.
I mean, he's a showman, and he's trying to campaign his logic and his opinions, but he's probably doesn't have the greatest one in the history of our country.
Unless you look at the overall value of the stock market at its peak during his economy before COVID hit, and look at the unemployment numbers, including percentages, you could argue that it was the greatest economy of all time, even for blacks and Hispanics and women who were often left out of the economy in the past.
But look at what he said again. The greatest economy we've ever seen. Well, it was the best in my lifetime. Look, in Trey's lifetime, it's the best in his lifetime.
Not in the history of the world.
But he didn't say the history of the world.
He said we've ever seen. So technically, if he had the best economy since he's been alive, then it would be factual. If there's been a time that the economy has been better since Donald Trump's lifespan, then it's a lie. I need to know the answer.
Well, he used languages it's hard to put, like what spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen. It's called hyperbole. It's political speech.
I know.
And again, it's hard to say that's a lie.
All right, so that's not a lie. That would be a...
Now go to 8. Look at this one. This one's actually factually accurate.
Now when we cut the taxes, we took in more revenue with much less tax.
That is true. The United States government collected more in tax revenue after the tax cuts than they did before. And that's the one that Democrats can't figure out how to answer. Factually correct.
Let's jump back. So, Lummy, we're giving that I don't think we have to go around through the whole room when somebody feels so strongly against and has evidence. We can continue on. So, Lummy, that's not a lie.
No, it's not.
Number 6. I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength and power. Here's the deal. This is 100% opinion, because if he was getting out of Afghanistan and he needed his second term to complete his withdrawal method, his withdrawal method or plan, then he didn't have an opportunity to complete it. So he can say anything at this point because he didn't have the ability to finish out his mission. So he could have said, oh, yeah, I would have done it this way and that way and this other way. Of course he can. So this can't be a lie because he didn't have the ability to withdraw from Afghanistan.
Right.
So I know that he was in the process of they were
downsizing.
They were getting troops out of there. They were actually not giving the equipment. They were actually making it and trying to transport it to local military establishments around the region. They were trying to do it that way. So this, in my opinion, is not a lie. It's an incomplete fact, is what it is.
Yeah.
Jay, what's your opinion?
Well, it's actually factual because the year before this happened and the year before we withdrew, if you remember, there's a hilarious story he liked to tell on the rally trail where he said he called up the leaders and said, if you guys kill one more American troop, there will be a problem. And he basically said, I will hunt you down and kill you. And there had not been a single American troop that had been killed in the year before this. And that was the way he was going to withdraw, with dignity, strength, and power. And he would not have withdrawn the military first without the civilians. He goes through the whole process of what he would have done. But you're right. He never got the chance to do it.
So it can't be a lie if he never got the chance to complete his mission. So you can't say this is a lie because he didn't have the opportunity to finish it. So he could say anything at this point. He could have said, yeah, I was going to, take every piece back.
He was downsizing, though. So, again, it's hard to call that a lie. I agree.
Seth, how do you rule on that? I call that a no lie.
Bubba, can I tell you, I feel really, really, really stupid answering these questions because I am not informed on any of this stuff at all.
That's fair.
Like I can dissect whether, he's using, verbiage that, is factual or that's an opinion or something, but it's like, hey, is Michael Jordan the greatest basketball player of all time? Well,
liar.
But is that an opinion? Is that a lie? I mean,
I think statistically he is.
I mean, I just feel stupid giving my opinion.
The whole thing. Here's the thing.
Your opinion matters, though.
No, but here's the thing. No, this whole thing is stupid because there might be 2 or 3 or 4 of them that are really genuinely Donald Trump, being over the top and lying. But all of it, we're at number 9, and we have had to argue. Not one of them was like, that's a bona fide black and white kind of lie. Like, it's all flim flam. Every bit of it's flim flam. And so, it's like, you have to go through every one of these. And I think we're going to probably not go through every one of these. I think I'm pretty much over it. I mean, I'm into number 10, and we've only found 2 lies. Whew. And those weren't even black and white lies. Those were flim flamming. Technically, he might not have had the best economy, but they weren't like, just real flat out lies.
It was in the top 5 of the best economies.
And that's where the problem is because the media doesn't push back on that stuff.
Yeah, well, I am.
Well, yeah, that's right.
It wasn't like lying that there'd never been a serviceman die during Biden's administration when there had been 13. That's a lie.
Let me go to words. I've been trying to get to this story, for about a month. And the San Diego cop pulls this chick over, and she says, I actually think he's taking her to jail.
He is, yeah.
He's taking her to jail, and she says, "I'm down." She says, "I'm down to DDF."
Yep.
Or DTF, and so he pulls over, and is in the back seat blasting her, and you know how the cop cars, if the door shuts, you can't get back out. And so
it's childproof seats in the back.
So doors. Lummy, he has to radio
his boys
to come get him, because he's out blasting this chick in the back. You know my good friend Denzel in Terre Haute?
Yeah.
This happened to him, but it wasn't sleeping with anybody. He was taking a nap, and he used to go park in a remote part of Terre Haute, like back by the park, and his boys would know. They would cover his district. So, if the dispatch ever called him, they'd be like, they would have some kind of lunch code or something like that. Well, he always left the door open so he could get out after he took he'd take a half-hour nap or something like that. But let me take his gun belt off and get in the back there and just really sleep. And then one time he shut the door, his radio and everything was up front, and they couldn't find him, and they had to file a missing report.
Oh, no.
a missing cop report, and the whole entire city's trying to find him. And they finally find him in the back of the Z-Bar industrial park with his T-shirt and underwear on, and his whole uniform's in the front seat and everything.
Oh,
and
it must look like a perv.
No, he was taking a nap.
Well, I understand that, but
who gets undressed to take a nap?
Yeah, you can't take a nap with a gun belt and a vest and all that on. You got to stretch out a little bit. Anyway, I got a story of a cop. I got a story of a cop locking himself in the back. This time just because he's blasting a chick. I mean, with the body cameras and all that kind of deal.
Well, yeah,
as soon as she says, "I'm down to F," mean, you just need to man.
Well, he kept saying you're being recorded, so be quiet.
I know.
What a dumbass.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Wow. You said just to check in since we're not going to go to him this week? And he's coming next week? You just told him last week if you wanted him to call.
All right, guys, you have a wonderful day.
Bye, Daniel.
Oh, see you, Dan. See you. Happy 4th.
Did he text you?
Yeah, so he was saying he's on his way to the vet, but he said he can call in.
What event?
No, vet. Doctor.
For his kitty cats. Get him spaded.
No, tell him don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually got my son excited to play catch with the baseball last night.
Really?
I hadn't played catch with him ever.
You threw it?
I threw it a little bit, not
Really?
far,
Just a little, just
25 feet maybe.
That's fine.
But I threw it probably 50 times, didn't hurt.
Really?
I was just punching more wrist than shoulder.
Okay, yeah, I could see
So I
that.
was getting it to him.
That's good. That's good. Don't mess the arm up anymore. We need the rotator cuff.
You can't do anything with that damn shoulder of his.
I know. I saw when we were playing catch last week.
Yeah, he can't really throw a ball.
No, he was rolling it to me. What's up, Thuggish Ruggish? Chip Jones, Steve Jenkins.
What's up, Chip Jones? Steve Jenkins? How's everybody doing? Happy 4th to you. Jay Costica. What's up, buddy?
All right, we're starting off with alleged lie number 9 out of 50. Open your textbooks.
Correct.
No, we're not. We're going moving on. Dumbass.
Good morning to you as well, Chip. All is good.
What up, DDP?
What up, DDP? How you doing, buddy? Happy 4th to you. All the Army. Driving down Bayshore yesterday, saw somebody with an Army sticker on the back, rolled down the window, said, "What's up? If you're out there, let me know who you are." He was super sweet, really nice dude.
Charming, handsome man. I feel like that's from a White Town song. Your woman.
Take the compliments. B. Brian Gilson was a buddy. Cooper Lips, how you doing? Happy 4th to you and your wife. Mr. M. Chef Boy, what up? Thuggish Ruggish Nerd, how you doing, buddy? Dr. Dan, the Bloomin' Onion Maker, what up? Big Longer. Happy 4th back at you, Podcast Media. I hadn't heard that Henry Rollins song in so long.
I'm not on vacation. I'm working every day.
What up, Double X?
What's up, Kabuki, Kevin? I'm gonna be podcasting my dick off.
Soupy John, good morning to you. You do too, Carlos Clem. Oh, that's pretty nice company, Thuggish Ruggish. I'm doing Wednesday around 1 for the girls, and then the rest of the week. Morning, Bama boy. Soupy John, good morning back at you, buddy. I love you, Kevin Arnold. How you doing, Tricky?
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. The manliest alpha man that wears women's deodorant. Bubba. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today is our last day. Oh, it's going to be awesome. Jay, you in town? Or you out of town?
I am going to Anna Maria Island with Trey and 2 high school kids.
Oh.
Hold on. What?
Yeah.
What about your hot wife? You and her doing some stuff.
I would love to do that, but instead I'm going to be
Hanging out with
Mr.
3
Mom with some. Actually, these kids are cool. Everyone goes down to Anna Maria Island, and so I rented a little Airbnb for me and Trey and one of his buddies, and
okay.
let them have some fun down there with their friends.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Medicate.
Yeah, exactly.
Self-medicate.
Yeah, exactly. Babysitting. Was he 56?
It's not really babysitting. He's a man, basically.
I know,
probably
He's 17.
But hold
cool
on.
to hang out with.
It is actually very cool.
But hold on. Here, there comes a point where they, like, when they want, like there's a part, maybe there's some girls hanging out at a certain part of the beach at like 9 o'clock. They don't want pops to go with them on that deal.
I'm not going to be going with them to the beach, but I did get a place that has a nice pool, and so they can have people over and hang out, and they can do their deal without me going up in their business.
I mean, but yeah, you have you coming out shirtless. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry that I got better abs than 2 of the kids.
The next thing you know, the kids' moms are showing up because they hear about. They hear about Trey's dad's abs.
First you're like, Jay, why aren't you hanging with your wife? To like, oh yeah, Jay's got his shirt off, and then every single babe on the beach wants to bang him.
That's right.
I won't be at the beach. I'll be locked at the house chilling.
Yeah, just get Uber Eats
Now,
and sit by the pool.
Exactly. That's exactly what I will do.
Is she in charge of Sage?
Yeah.
And you're in charge of Trey?
Correct.
Lummy, here's that cop that locked himself in the back of the squad car blasting a chick. Yeah. So this is actually his buddies coming to get him.
All right, sir, step out of the vehicle for me.
But I hate it like that. I just want.
Go, step inside.
So that's when this is when this cop's arresting this girl. I mean, she looks kind of slutty hot, doesn't she?
Oh yeah, she definitely does.
Everything's blurred out.
Not the boobs.
So while in the squad car, the female suspect is heard propositioning the police officer for sex.
Oh, I can't hear you now.
I'm down to F right now.
Oh boy.
So you
don't think about that when you go to cop school.
No, you don't. And you don't think about that when you're driving your Ford Taurus.
They should give that as a possible scenario.
And you're getting a bone, right?
I just think when you think about being a
she's back
cop,
here talking dirty and stuff, right?
It's just like, would I get shot or not? That's what I think about being a cop. I don't think about like, wow, would a little nasty want to get down with me?
I'm driving this chick to jail, and she says, "Hey, I'm down to right now."
Just a cloudy San Diego evening. It's just you and her and a body cam.
Don't say that right now.
Don't say that right now.
I said don't say that right now because everything's being recorded right now.
Everything's being recorded right now. All right, so that makes this guy's behavior even more egregious because he knows that she, like...
Yep.
He later asks what she's doing in the back seat,
and then turns off his body camera at 1:34. So then, about an hour later, a supervisor arrived and had to unlocked hair from the. I think
is it her?
Her.
Yeah.
Unlocked her from the back seat.
No, his last name is Hare. Officer
okay.
Hare.
Okay, so that makes us even dumber. So an officer came and got Officer Hare.
Yeah, from the back seat.
Look at. Hare says when he went to the back seat because he thought the woman needed help.
All right, sir, step out of the vehicle for me.
He resigned 1 month later. So, I mean, that means...
You think they're investigating? And he knew.
Well, all she's got to do, too, is, they probably came to her at that point and said, hey, if you tell the truth... Because he's the bigger fish, right, Jay, at this point?
She said they didn't do anything.
Boy, she got really screwed because she had to hook up with him and...
still went to jail.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, she said they didn't do anything.
She said they didn't do anything?
Yeah.
Do you think when he realized he got locked in, he lost his bone?
Yeah.
Oh, man, do you lose? Yeah, because
That
your
may give
friend...
you stage fright.
I mean, maybe,
that had to happen.
Lummy, what you could have done is maybe use your nightstick to maybe break the window.
Can you?
I don't know.
Ooh.
Trying to think.
Bulletproof glass? I don't know.
I don't know. And then they're going to be like, well, how'd your window get broken? I don't know. A couple bad guys threw a rock at it.
Yeah, I started getting...
From the inside.
Yeah, from the inside. It's unclear if there'll be any charges against the officer.
Does that happen more than we know?
I think in the old days it surely did.
I think in the old days it happened a lot. I think that there were a lot of oral. I think FHP troopers got a lot of oral at night.
Really?
Yeah. And just think about it. You pull a chick over.
You think chicks love those big hats?
This is what they love your stupid cowboy hat
Let
on.
me put your hat on, Daddy.
Put your Smokey Bear hat on, Daddy.
Oh, it looks like so. According to I'm reading up on an update. According to the report, even though they said nothing happened, trace amounts of what was presumed to be a semen was found on his belt.
No.
Semen was found on his belt?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so she was doing she was doing the oral.
That could have happened in a bathroom break 2 hours before.
You don't
Okay, thank you, Jay's lawyer.
You don't pee semen.
You don't know where that came from?
You don't pee semen.
You could Sometimes you
no,
get
you could have just taken care of business at the Flying J rest stop when he had a donut.
Is that better than? Yeah, I guess so.
That's a 100% defense. That doesn't move
anything.
That's an easy one to get past.
My client masturbated before having interaction with this woman, and some remnants of his masturbation was on his belt buckle. That's just, a guy had a 15-minute break, had a donut, and a jerk off.
Or his wife always takes care of business before he goes to work because she wants to make sure he never dies unhappy.
Well, you're really getting deep now.
It looks like the camera picked up her asking if he's married, a loud bang, and then moaning coming from the back seat.
Man, where's that tape at?
I don't have much for that one.
And then the woman says, "Are you single?" He put, "Yeah, but you're not." Then they start talking, more moaning, and.
But let me just do the stories from now on? I really like when he does it.
Well, I wasn't given that information.
No, I'm just looking up all the updates now.
Yeah, it's easy to armchair quarterback my story when you're over there, on the fly, and you've only given me one article, and you over there looking at 6 different ones.
Well, you've had that story for like a month, haven't you?
Yeah. Shut up, Seth.
I'm sorry.
Idiot. But think about this. Think about like the 80s when there were no cop cameras. There were just, old school cop work where they had like a radar gun. And then, that's it. That's all they had. There was no body cams. There was no even dash cams. So let's say that you're Johnny FHP and you're running radar, outside of Gainesville, a little bit north of Gainesville, Jay, and all the college girls are coming home from spring break.
Yep.
And you catch some chick, some hot,
rich bitch that dad bought her a new Porsche or Mustang or something. She's headed back to campus. It's 3 a.m. And she's going, 90 and a 70. Pull over. This is the mid-'80s now, Lummy. Nothing's recorded.
Nope.
She's like, officer, is there anything I can do? And she's got her deep plunge cleavage, and you're kind of on this. And if you've been on 75 gets pretty desolate.
It sure does.
It sure does.
North of Gainesville, it gets pretty desolate.
Or like 301 going into Gainesville?
Yeah, you've made that drive many a times going from FSU to Gainesville. It gets pretty desolate.
And country and rural and backwards ass.
And so if you got a car pulled over, all everybody does is just kind of maybe get in they kind of get in the middle of the lane, and nobody stops at a police car that's pulling a car over and say, officer, everything okay? Nobody stops. Everybody's lucky that they're like, man, thank God I'm not the one that got pulled over. And so you could very well have taken her in your car or her car and have her just oral you. Just straight oraling. Roll the windows up and let the oraling begin. There's no record of it.
Nope.
Right?
No record of the Orlin?
No.
I mean, think about it.
No record of Orlin, man. Those were the days.
It's free.
What happened to this world?
Yeah, when you could be a cop and get real oral on the side of the road and listen.
It's all lawyers' faults.
And here's the deal. Here's the deal, Lummy. And that is, listen, they cut a deal. He has a need, and she has a way to take care of that need. And in lieu of taking care of that need, he has the discretion as to whether to write a ticket or not.
That's right.
So, and if he just keeps his mouth, she would be the loose end. She'd come home and say, hey, her husband would be like, I smell some semen on your breath.
Oh, my God.
Honey, I could either have semen on my breath or a $149 ticket.
No, well, semen on your breath it is.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
149 would hurt a feller living in Lake City. So sorry, honey, I had to
take care of business.
I had to take care of the cop, and
Yeah.
I was drinking. They had me drinking. I was gonna go to jail.
And cops were doing good. You were doing good in the 80s for oral.
Oh man, oral. I mean, Jay. I mean, we can't even get into Jay's college days. I used to just let's just say this. I think we could say this.
What the hell's happening?
You absolutely. You and Dan. I don't know about Steve. Because I think he had I think he had Krista pretty much locked down all through college, did he not?
Most of it.
But you didn't, and Dan didn't, and I think you guys killed it. That's all I'm going to say. Is I think you guys absolutely killed it in college.
College was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
What do you mean,
It's
like a
fun.
team, Bubba? Like a team?
No, not yeah. Well, sometimes Dan would be Johnny med student driving a black Porsche, and he would drive to FSU.
Oh, that was the
which
worst.
is where Steve and Jay was, and Dan would come in rolling in hottest dude ever in med school. Now he's dealing with all of Jay and Steve's undergrad boys.
All my friends, and he literally came in town
And
one
take
weekend
their girls away.
hooked up with one of this guy's girlfriends that he'd been dating forever. And that was the end of that one.
Yeah.
And he looked just like me. I'm like, you can't be coming to Florida State and doing this, Dan. Stop it.
Yeah, Dan was slinging it. Because he wasn't just some undergrad FSU Willie.
No.
He's, hold on, pre-med in Gainesville driving a Porsche.
Not pre-med. He's in med school.
Oh, yeah.
He's med.
There
full
you go.
on.
He's full-blown med.
Yep.
He probably was already calling himself a doctor, knowing him. I'm
Just Dr. Dan.
Yeah, Dr. Dan. Lummy, this person here now.
This is
this
ridiculous.
Is this? I thought that the Olympic Committee
It's a female.
had. So what's that mean?
She's a female that I guess is transitioning to a male.
So she's a female running against females.
Correct.
But she's
a hell of an athlete.
Okay, well then, but if she's taking male testosterone, don't they have testosterone? Like there was that one African American woman that was taking like all kinds of testosterone. They eventually throwed her out.
Yeah, I don't think she's taking the testosterone.
Now is she trying to? Is she trying to turn her little apple pie into a wiener?
She identifies as a transgender non-binary.
See, I don't know. The article is so confusing. I went to Wikipedia. I read this whole article. I can't tell if she was born a man and is transitioning to a woman. It says she's a lesbian.
All right, so she's biologically a female. She
Correct.
was born a girl.
But she identifies as a transgender non-binary.
So
this is a
that mean?
non-story then. Who cares?
So what does that mean? Does that mean I identify as a transgender non-binary? Am I just an it?
They, them, she calls herself in the article right there. Hill chooses the they, them pronouns, charged ahead of the Ellie St. Pierre and Emily McKay in the final stretch of the race, finishing with a time of 3:55.33, setting a new personal best time according to Outsports. But the whole thing is, they're making it appear as though this is a man competing in female sports. If this is just a transgender female who's still competing in female sports, who cares? It's a non-story. She's a super athlete.
I mean, if she's got a vagina and she's not taking testosterone,
right?
Then this isn't just this is clickbait.
Yeah, she just wanted to get it out there. So
I don't think she sees herself as a female, right?
No, she sees herself as a non-binary.
Right.
So you can see yourself as middle of the road.
Yes.
Yeah, but now let's see if she competed now next year against the men. How would she do?
Well,
you know what I'm saying? That's the one. The argument is
she's not identifying as a male.
She can't be a man until she's got a wiener.
But she's not identifying herself as a male.
She's just a they, them, non-binary.
But shouldn't that be the man rule though? Like you can't identify as a man until you got a wiener.
I think it's got to be full commitment bottom surgery if you're going to do it, and you're not supposed to have gone through puberty. The IOC, the International Olympic Committee, defers to each individual sport as to what they would do. And in this sport, they say they don't allow people to compete in running if they'd gone through puberty as a male. I read the article. So this is a clickbait to the if this is truly a woman who just identifies as a they, them, non-binary, then who cares? She's just a super athlete.
But she's truly a woman.
Right.
Then what's the problem here?
Then that's all we've ever said is women should compete against women and men should compete against men.
Just to use an extreme example, she could say she identifies as, Godzilla, and she would still be in this category.
Exactly.
And everything would be all good.
Yep.
I want to hang out with the chick that identifies herself as Godzilla.
No doubt.
Just standing out about this group of athletes.
Now, is this the 1,500 Lummy?
Yes.
That's like 3 laps around, ain't it, or something?
Talent in this final is staggering.
I think so. I'm not really a runner.
More.
Maybe 4.
Women's 1,500 meter final. Here we go.
Lee, this is the deepest American field ever assembled. In this race, we have 4 Olympians. We have the entire 2021 Tokyo Olympic team. We have the last 3 national champions in this event, and we have 7 sub-4-minute performers.
I love fast women.
I do love fast women.
Runners are awesome.
Unbelievable, and the United States.
I like gymnasts better, though.
If you look,
That's
though,
just
at all
really
like the
risen in this-
athletes from the Olympics, male and female runners have just about the best physiques.
Elise Cranny, Corey McGee, and Heather McLean.
They probably got the best hearts, too, man. Think
They're
about how good a
cardiovascular.
think about how good a shape they are.
The men look like Superman. All the sprinters.
But also keep an eye
Were you
out for
watching the
Sinclair
gymnastics the
Johnson.
other night, Bubba?
No, I tried to find gymnastics, but I couldn't
You
find
gotta
it.
get Peacock.
In the blue and white, who's tucked into second nice and early.
Not paying for Peacock.
Oh, I think that was for free.
We see St. Pierre just take this, Lee.
All right,
I'll give you my password.
No, I don't want your password. Okay, I want to go down to the stretch
Of course,
here.
yeah.
Okay, we go.
Hiltz is not given.
Now, is this the girl
She's in the short hair one. She's in third right
the
now.
black, I think.
right here?
Yeah, right there, yeah.
All right, that's the girl.
Yeah.
That's the they them.
Yes.
And by the way, she prefers that. So
Yes.
the they them is in third right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Shot at an Olympic berth here. Ellie St. Pierre and her training partner, Emily Mackay. It's Mackay, St. Pierre, and Hiltz. Hiltz is trying to...
Oh, she kicks in that male
Oh,
team.
Bubba,
to the
they.
front.
They, look at her. They.
Nikki Hiltz goes to the lead.
Man, they is just trotting it too, man.
They're fast as hell.
Nikki Hiltz is a national champion. Going to Paris and to the Olympic Games for the first time.
They, him, they, her, they, them,
See,
they, them.
he did it good because he kept saying their name.
Yeah.
They, them, they, them, they, them.
Lee, look at that time.
I'd still be on lap 1.
I would have been passed out.
Yeah, man, I'd be so passed out. What's up with Jamie Foxx? He's got some mystery illness now.
He did. Remember when he disappeared and no one knew what
They
happened?
put him in a hospital for like a week or something.
Yeah,
and
he was gone for 20 days.
They alluded to it was like really going to be catastrophic and might have been a heart attack or something.
Everyone was saying it was the COVID shot.
COVID shot?
Yeah. He said he took an Advil and then all of a sudden doesn't remember 20 days.
What?
Yeah.
He said his head hurt. He took an Advil, and then he didn't remember.
He snaps his fingers. He was gone for 20 days.
Did he get a bad Advil? Did he get? I mean, I'm just saying.
What kind of Advil is that?
Yeah, are you sure that's Advil, or is that like some kind of mushroom deal?
Yeah.
When I come back, this is I can't really say what I want to say. Jay has ESP with me. Representative Victoria Spartz charged with weapons violation at the Dulles Airport. There are some people that actually bring a gun to the airport that don't really mean to bring a gun to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
They just had it checked in like their backpack the last time they were out, and when they were packing so frantically to go to the airport, they didn't really check to empty their backpack or their carry-on, and so their gun's in there. They have no intentions of using it, and they go through TSA, and then all crap hits the fan.
We know somebody that happened to.
Yes, we do. We do know something like that happened to him.
Pre-911.
Thank God.
Yep.
We'll get into that next, okay?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Went on a hunting trip.
For a shell.
But
You
the
can't
thing
even
is
fire a shell.
No.
He has proof and pictures that he actually went.
With that bag?
Yeah. Well,
That's
not the bag. That he.
Yeah, he
was
had
on
been
a trip
hunting with it. Yeah,
like a week or two before, and he was.
It's
This
such
is my
BS.
only bag. Like I have one main travel
Right.
duffel bag that's small, like outside of a suitcase.
Yeah.
There's stuff in there. Like I haven't checked my bag for my trip that I went up to the Panhandle from like the year before.
When I just got home from Mexico, I was going through my bag and I found something that was not supposed to be in there for traveling.
Yeah.
It was, I think, like, what is it, like a Swiss Army knife or something? It was like, so I was like, I don't know how that made it through.
There's a lot of things when I used to go to Mexico that I was very scared of getting
Oh, no
caught
doubt.
in Mexico. Because guess what? They don't give a
sure.
shit. How was it crossing the border?
Haley's in. It wasn't too bad. No.
It's easy crossing the border to get there.
Well, we did by plane. We didn't cross. We
You
flew into
oh,
Mazatlan and then got picked up by the Sinaloa cartel who drove us to their place.
I was going to say, because I was going to ask how it is.
No, I never did any
crossing that
double
border.
XL. I flew right into Sinaloa.
Because you're thinking 2016, 17, crossing back over.
Yeah, that's where
It was a day of
those
training.
surfers, like, I wouldn't do what those surfers did. I wouldn't go with a nice four-wheel drive in Pity and just drive down to Baja across Tijuana. That's like dangerous now.
Well, that's what I.
But that was always that was not dangerous 20 years ago, 30 years. Well,
Yeah, but 17, you still wanted to get through Tijuana fast.
Sure.
Like our guy, we would cross the border. Our guy would pick us up in San Diego, or we would rent a car.
Yeah.
And then we would just pretty much not try to stop in
Morning, Nick.
Tijuana, and there's a couple cities outside of.
You know, that's the thing. People in California, you get a cab over to Tijuana. People would go crazy for the night, come home. I mean, those days it's dangerous.
Well, even 17, we were told like 12 to 17, we were told try to avoid Tijuana.
Right.
Just try to get through.
Yeah.
And even the couple cities outside of it, which are surf cities.
Yeah.
Cheap fucking condos too. Like
Very.
nice ones. But yeah, they're like, don't try to stop. We had to stop a couple times.
Pablo Pacheco, we flew into Mazatlan. You know, we don't leave the surf camp ever. They come they get us in a bus with everybody together. We drive. They stop once at a gas station where you can get all the snacks you want, and then you go onto the Sinaloa property, and you never leave. And so I feel super comfortable while I'm there. But I'm not doing any like tourist shit at all. I don't have to rent a car like in Costa Rica. You can rent a car, go wherever you want. There's no
I wouldn't
problems.
do it now. We used to drive up and down the Baja, going to fish camps and going over Sonora to the crab.
Yeah.
And the Sea of Cortez.
Oh, that's cool.
But I wouldn't know.
No.
Well, we had an apartment downtown Ensenada.
Really?
And we used to walk around. Oh, we used to walk around downtown. Ensenada is a cruise ship town.
Yeah.
And
That's like Cabo San Lucas.
yeah, like you go out at night, bars and blah blah.
Right.
And we would drive all the way down to Baja and fish camp.
That's pretty good water.
Around the
Yeah, no, it is.
surf camps.
Yeah.
You put it in your quart bottle?
The Salt Lake.
Sometimes, so like with my pour bottles, like when I have frozen water in there, I'll mix it. But right now, my core sucks, so I'm using this.
I think we have more core out there, don't we?
Yeah, it's just not in the fridge.
Yeah.
And downtown Ensenada.
I try to save some for the people that never really get to experience it on the regular.
They had that huge shooting.
Oh man.
Yeah.
They killed a couple of the people there, and I'm like,
I'm gonna do one chair
it's all
sesh,
military checkpoints.
and then go right to Clem Kush 10:30.
Yeah.
Or if you do it, go get a
These
pop.
guys know all the, you know what I mean? It's
No,
like
I'm good, man. You're good. You take your time.
You're right, Jonesy.
You know,
It is
I'm
like
just
the
saying, I
mob.
gotta
They're the
work
ones
with
All I
that
got
are
is
top
all I
of
got
the-
is
top of the food chain.
I got is
as well, but-
pigmentation at 12.
Okay.
So I'll just write questions for that.
Outside, like just having a drink or whatever. I
Yeah.
was just like trying to like fly by. You see him like picking up women on the side of the road.
Oh, this, I was able to get out of a ticket in
Woo!
Costa Rica a month ago still by.
Can't abate till I feel it going down my
Starts putting text on his like Google Translate.
body.
How about you follow me a mile up the road and give me some money for a nice lunch? And I'm like, okay.
Done.
And he put it on his phone, not mine.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did, BJ. Like those guys, that's what I'm saying. I would never drive down from California in a nice truck and then just go stay somewhere with pity at someone's house. It's dangerous down there. You got to really do it with somebody. You got to do it with local.
Yeah, our driver, his name was Jesus.
Yeah, but you probably know all the locals now.
Well, with the way we go, we fly into Mazatlan, which is right in the middle of
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife. Yes. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Remember, by the way, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, if you want to dap us up last little something for we take off for a few days and a much anticipated and needed 3 days off. People don't realize, man, getting up this early, 7 days a week. I'm sorry, 5 days a week. We go sometimes periods of a month or two without getting a day off.
Yeah.
And it really, man, it starts, it's not the most physical job in the world, but I'm mentally, as soon as I get home, Lummy, I was like, ugh, I got to sit in my recliner for, well, now, Lummy, after the show, I go sit in my little massage chair.
Yeah, that Seth supposedly is going to be sitting in
He
it.
ain't sitting in it.
Well, just when Bubba's gone.
I'm just going to spray it. I'm going to saturate it with Febreze.
You wouldn't do that.
And yes, the hell I wouldn't.
Lose all its value.
So he didn't sit on it. Remember Punky Brewster?
Yeah.
Remember how hot she was?
She was super hot, big breast.
She was a kid, right?
No. I'm talking about when she grew up.
Oh, no.
When she grew up, she was pretty hot, wasn't she, Lummy?
She was, and she had very large breasts.
Did they shrink?
No,
No.
but
Oh.
I
She had a
think
breast reduction.
I think. Did she have a breast reduction?
Yeah, because they were so big.
And
there's that little arrow on the sorry, Bubba.
Oh, okay. This is her. This is Punky Brewster, right here. I think.
Yeah, she's a little older. The one on the left.
Is she the one on the left?
Yeah.
Is this her? Who's that right there?
I don't know, but
Phew, is that her daughter?
it might be. She is a little old.
Well, anyway, wasn't it her boyfriend or her best friend or somebody? This dude right here, he died.
Oh, from Crazy Town, Shifty Shell Shock.
Yeah, Shifty Shell Shock from Crazy Town. Only you would know that.
I know. That's a really good music reference, Seth, right there.
I like Crazy. Well, I know his name's Seth, but I like Crazy Town.
Were they dating, Lummy?
I'm not sure, but I tell you a picture of when she had to get a reduction because I only care about Punky. Screw Crazy Town.
Is that her right there? Oh, that's her right there. Oh, here.
Grateful to be with my family this holiday season. And during the holidays, it gives me such a chance to reflect. And I've been reflecting on how much I've been able to do with GSK and Lifetime on our
Mommy, are those boobs there are already reduced?
Yeah, I said you were what she had before she got them
Be
reduced.
Sure campaign.
You can't even see anything
I
there.
learned
don't
so
worry, you'll
much
see.
as a mom.
Don't
and I
worry.
think it's such an important time for us to ask.
Her boyfriend dies, and we're checking out her knocks before they got reduced. Holy hell!
Oh my God!
Yeah, look at those
Ouch,
things.
backbreakers.
Yeah, she got them reduced.
Is that real?
She
Yeah, that's
needed
real.
them get them reduced. My God, look at those things.
That looks digitally enhanced.
It's not
Ask our
because I'm
doctors
trying to find other
questions.
ones.
When I learned
good,
about
Bubba.
meningitis
You're good,
B,
Bubba.
I thought my kids
He's
had been
doing show
vaccinated when they
research.
were
Let him go.
Thank you,
So
Jay.
let me. Was she dating Shell Shock Willie?
Yeah.
That was
She
her.
doesn't seem, doesn't seem too broken up, though.
Was that her?
That is
Yeah.
her.
Wow.
That's him reduced.
Slip sliding away.
Is this him? Is this him singing for her like a?
Slip sliding.
We don't really know. You're really deep in the photos, Bubba. We don't really know.
I got bacterial meningitis when I was 18.
If I
Yeah, sad
didn't know
story,
as a
okay.
nurse,
That's
how many parents didn't know
Oh,
also?
quick, get another Jugs picture.
Yeah.
So did Shell Shock shimmy?
She says it right there in the post.
Where?
Right below that picture. Right below that
let's see what
picture.
the
Keep
word-
going below the picture there, below that one.
Bubba said
Right
he doesn't
there.
get Oh yeah.
My heart is right there.
My heart is whispering a million I love yous for the way you loved my children, and I so unconditionally.
Oh,
Or me.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Bad grammar.
I can see your smiling, sweet face in middle school when you kissed me in the tunnel of love.
Aw.
And the way that you swept me away again as we grew up to show what the timeless kind of love feels like.
Oh man.
No words.
That's terrible. High school sweethearts?
No words could.
Middle school.
Middle school. No words could ever express the love we shared or how we are feeling right now. It is a language all on its own. What did he die of?
He was. I don't know what he died of, but he
I
was
don't think
really
he
into drugs. He was a addict.
He was.
Yeah.
I think we all are.
I think he was on celebrity rehab. Not that helps anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cause of death is unknown at this time.
Which means it's known.
And the
Fry, who had been first romantically linked to Benzer in late 2021, so they must have gone to middle school and high school, but they just kind of like.
Well, yeah, he was a rock. I mean, he was in Crazy Town, and he did the song "Come My Lady, Come My Lady" for people that are having a hard time placing it. So, yeah, I think he was going through. He went through his life, and then maybe things calmed down a little bit, and they got back together. I don't know why. Just I'm assuming all that, but it makes sense to me.
I think in context that sounds about right, Seth.
And you're right. He was with VH1's reality television series Celebrity Rehab Season 1 for a cocaine addiction in 2008 and returned in Season 2. Man, if you're a carryover from Season 1, you're really an addict.
Didn't do well.
Right. After producer and star Dr. Drew learned of his relapse, the singer also appeared on a short-lived spinoff, Celebrity Rehab Presents Sober House, Season 1 and 2. So,
you got 4 seasons on addiction shows.
Crazy Town is known for the 1999 single "Butterfly," which reached number 1 on the U.S. Billboard charts in 2001. The debut album.
So I guess they're one-hit wonders. Did they have anything else that was a number one?
But that song was so massive, Bubba. And
I know the song.
I don't know if you remember, Bubba. You were at 90 Rock at the time when they were blowing up, but like they got put on Ozfest. They were so big, and they were like almost like a rock metal band, but they had a rap song, and they got put on all these metal shows, and people were just booing them off the stage.
Oh,
and
they
throwing
hated them
stuff.
because they weren't metal.
Yeah, it was real tough for those guys to go out and really actually like play their one-hit song.
Yeah, because they weren't Linkin Park.
No.
I mean, they had one song and nobody else knew any other song, and it wasn't the same genre as the festival that they're at.
And it was rap rock, and people had their
they
feelings
wouldn't
about that.
They wouldn't hear Metallica,
Limp
and
Bizkit.
Ozzy, and all that
Yeah, it was like
kind of deal.
Disturbed, Linkin Park.
Linkin Park, and all those. It was rap, but real rock in the middle of it.
Tool.
Exactly.
GOP Representative Victoria Spartz was charged on Friday with a weapons violation at the Washington Dulles Airport. Now, it's my understanding that the TSA
has the ability to take you aside in a room, interview you, and either press charges or let you go, and they keep the gun, and they'll give you the gun back upon return. But I guess this isn't one of those instances. Or Jay, do they not have that option? Because I know a guy, not the same guy you know. I know a different guy that this happened to, and it was a .22 pistol, and it was his son's backpack, and it was his son's .22 pistol, and he went through TSA. They flagged him. It was not loaded. It had no ammunition in it. And he simply told them, hey, listen, you know what, this is my kid's, and I think it may have had his kid's name on it as far as the backpack. It's like, this is my kid's backpack. That's his gun when we went to the range a few weeks ago. Obviously, but I take full responsibility. Like, I didn't check my luggage, prior to just jamming a bunch of stuff in there. And he didn't even miss his flight.
They let him put it back in his car?
Yeah, they did. They let him put it right back. Now, had he not gone early enough to make that trek, because you're still going to have to go through TSA and everything. They're not going to, I don't think they get cut the line. But you still think about this, man. Once you've gone through TSA, to have to backtrack, let me to your car is the biggest pain in the ass ever. Right? You got to get back on the shuttle. You got to get back. And then it determines where your car is. Like, we're not all rich like the Diacos can go short-term Willie. We have to take the shuttle.
Go
long
back,
term.
yeah.
Go up 7 flights.
Is Hamilton County close to Warsaw?
Is this in Indiana?
Yeah, she's an Indiana representative.
I was going to say it probably depends where you are and who the TSA agent, but it sounds like they do have the discretion to not do anything.
Indianapolis.
But they're not going to do that with a congressperson. They're going to make an example.
Right.
So it's not close to Warsaw?
No, it's closer to Indianapolis.
Oh.
I was given a story today, or maybe I found this on my own, about, like, you don't really think about, like, if you're really famous. I mean, I'm talking like Taylor Swift, J-Lo, Tom Brady. Do you think Tom Brady has bodyguards and security?
Yes. I know he used to.
Because
I don't know about personal all the time, but when he was on Davis Island, there was a cop out in front of his place almost every day.
Yeah, but I think that ended up being a big whodunit, and he had to reimburse the city of Tampa for that. Because I think Tampa at first, I thought I read an article, Jay, where at first Tampa was providing that as a courtesy for him and welcome to Tampa because all the looky-loos and everybody was going crazy. But then somebody flipped out about it, that it shouldn't be funded by the taxpayers, which I don't have a problem with having a squad car parked outside of Tom Brady's David Jeter mansion on Davis Island, because it does one or two things. One, it does protect Tom, and two, it puts a unit on Davis Island that can respond to anything on Davis Island within a couple minutes.
Well, I mean, we're protecting probably the most important tourist attraction that we have in Tampa Bay at that moment. Maybe the city, it's okay to put a little bit of money to protect that tourist attraction.
I think it's okay to have a police officer in the Davis Island area, and when he's not out fighting crime in Davis Island, which there is none, then he's parked in front of Tom Brady's house.
He wasn't in the house. That would be inappropriate, but he's outside there. He's just looking at the premises, and if anything else happens on Davis Island, like you said, boom.
Boom.
It looks like there was a big whodunit, but it was proven that Tom Brady was paying for it the whole time.
Yeah, Tom Brady ended up writing a check for it, which I think is bullcrap.
That he was paying for it the whole time is what they're saying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So
if I'm the mayor, I take that hit. I'm like, yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, I'm going to have a squad car.
Gene Kessler sucks.
Parked in the. You know what? I'm going to have a TPD unit that's assigned to Davis Island. There's some, a lot of affluent people live there. Not that their lives are more important than yours, but they do. They are very important people. I think almost. Seth, doesn't everybody that's anybody with a lightning live on Davis Island?
Yes.
Yeah, they almost all live there.
They normally trade out just houses when one person leaves, the other person just gets their house.
Stamkos is already selling his house to
the new guy from Carolina.
Yeah. So anyway, I didn't know. I never really thought about having to have a bodyguard. It went through and it goes and gives the budget of personal protection from these famous people. Like, for instance, Jennifer Aniston. Annual protection. She's got bodyguards and $240,000 a year.
I mean, that's well worth it. If you got,
It's not that much if you think about it. You have 2 guys for 120 each to travel everywhere with you, go around the world. I mean, that's expensive and all for like normal people, but that's not like a super high paying job. What do you get paid? I get 120 grand a year to be 24/7, bodyguard. That sucks.
Katy Perry, $350,000 a year. Dave and Victoria Beckham, probably because they have kids.
And also, they're worth $1 billion.
Yeah, their bodyguard count is $1 million.
And they go back and forth between here and there.
Halle Berry, her personal protection is $300,000 a year.
How about she's still worth $90 million? How about good for you, Halle Berry?
I think she just did a movie with Mark Wahlberg.
That's incredible. There shouldn't have been anything in the last 10 years that I can think of that was a blockbuster.
Remember when she was married to David Justice?
Oh, yeah. She's a superstar, but that's incredible. She saved your money. Halle Berry.
Hold on. You want to talk about on a shoestring budget? Look at this right here. Adele. Adele's worth $190. She only spends $75,000 a year. She just must have one dude that shows up when she goes to public events, right?
She's definitely winning this one so far.
Barbara Streisand. She's worth $400 million. She only spends $125,000
week.
I don't know who this person.
Bella Hadid is a supermodel.
Look at that bodyguard's eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he's crazy.
Yeah. True, $250,000. Britney Spears, she's worth $60 million, and she got $600,000 bodyguard bill.
She's worth less than Halle Berry.
Look at this.
Oh my God,
Kylie Jenner. Now she's worth nearly $1 billion.
Yeah, she's $1 billion now.
But she's got an annual protection cost of almost $5 million.
Wow.
That's having like 5 people around you at all times, even when you're
More
sleeping.
Than that. Ooh.
Rihanna, $500,000.
Do you think it's emasculating for a man to have bodyguards?
No,
because I haven't seen any dudes on the list, and I would have a whole harem if I could afford it.
But you'd have a harem of bodyguards. They'd be all female, like James Bond.
So there you go. There's your guy.
You would get former WNBA bitches to do it. Here you go.
Surrounded by 6'8" women.
Yeah. You get Brittany Griner would be head of security for you.
Yeah, the sexual tension would be so thick.
Now,
Harry Potter?
Who's Daniel?
Harry Potter.
Oh, is that him?
Yeah.
Look at that, $79 million, and he only spends $50 because no one cares about him.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, he's protecting himself against Harry Potter.
Jason Momoa.
There's the one. There's your answer.
Well, he can
handle himself.
He's only worth $10 million.
Yeah.
Only.
Taylor Swift. Well, she's got Kelsey with her now, so she doesn't have to worry about nothing. $400,000.
That's pretty good. $290 net worth, only spends $400,000.
Michael Jackson, when he was alive, $1 million.
By the way, Kelsey told when he first started dating Taylor Swift, they went out for I don't know, they went to either for a walk or to one part of the club, and he told her security that he could take it from there.
Yeah.
So,
you fellas stay back.
Yeah, which is probably the hottest thing you could say in front of a woman that can afford security.
Yeah, so you know that she gets wet right there.
I got it from here.
I mean, I'm moist right now.
I gotta usually have 3 dudes, but I got my one dude tells them I got it.
Now, I'll never be able to say that to a woman. Why can I say, hey, I got it. Tell your security to go away. I can't.
Seth would be like, did you happen to leave? Stay outside the door?
No, Seth's like, can you get a couple more? I don't have anxiety. I got a lot of trolls and haters, man. Can you get a couple more? Can you get one for me? Can I calls her up. Hey, can I borrow your one bodyguard for you? Beyonce, $2 to $4 million. Phew.
She's worth $1/3 billion.
Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds.
He's cool, man. I like him so much.
$125,000.
You don't see him out much at all. You see, she goes out a lot of that with Taylor Swift, but Ryan Reynolds, I feel like he's a homebody.
Well, he goes out a lot in Europe to soccer games and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
No, it just locked me up. Had Patrick Mahomes at
what was that one? Because I saw him
$75,000.
Because he didn't look like he had anybody really around him when I saw him at Formula One.
Yeah, here's the deal, man.
Same with the parade, that he didn't have any security.
No, I mean, some of these guys, like you said, Seth, I don't really think that Patrick Mahomes is worried about somebody rolling up on him and doing anything.
Especially if he's strapped.
Right.
Which most securities have, like a carrying license of some sort. And even if you're in a state, even if you're in Manhattan or New York where you can't have a gun, they allow celebrity exceptions. Like Ronnie the limo driver has a gun to protect Howard. So if you're, and remember Plaxico Burress, Lummy?
Yeah, shot
Remember
himself.
I think he was licensed.
Yeah, he was. He had a concealed.
He had a concealed license, and they're very rare in New York. In order to get them from New York, you have to get it. Like you have to have an alderman or a judge. It's very, very, very much
And Plaxico went to jail still, didn't he?
Yeah, for discharging it off in a nightclub.
Good. He got shot himself.
He would have gone He would have gone longer had he just been the regular New Yorker and not supposed to have a gun. But he didn't get the charge of not supposed to having a gun because he had a license to say he could have a gun.
Seth, to see the guy that had it in the belt of his
shot himself in the leg.
Sweatpants, which had no belt.
Seth, I don't know that he ever ended up being good. I think that
Again? I mean, he was good.
Yeah, he was a good player. I mean, he was
after the shooting.
I don't think he was at the end of his career at the shooting.
He was kind of in. Yeah.
Did he start with the Steelers or end with the Steelers, Lummy?
I started with the Steelers.
Okay, started with the Steelers.
So I think he was. I think the Giants were.
Step 2.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I think it was like maybe 30 or so.
When I return, we'll end the show with newly released grand jury documents in the Epstein case reveal alleged victims accused of prostitution. So now, what do you mean? They're saying like, are they saying that all the dudes were buying whores, or are they saying all the whores were providing whoring?
I'm not sure what they're saying, but don't forget we got the Hawk-Tuah girl.
The people in chat want to hear about Hawk-Tuah.
Oh, where is she? I lost her. I lost her in the
she's
fray.
up there. In the
I'm gonna have to cover her.
Right next to that one.
Is it the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawk-Tuah speaks out for the first time.
Yeah, that's what we'll handle. That's what we'll end the show with. Okay.
Sweet.
With the Hawk-Tuah girl.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
On my social media like 6 months ago, due to like personal reasons, I never really got on it or anything like that.
Oh, okay. So it didn't have anything to do with this?
Oh, no. I was long gone before that.
Oh, so you were already gone from social media, and everyone thought that you deleted your social media because you were, like, scared of all of this blowing up, but you were gone.
I've been gone from it.
So are you going to come back?
I think we're working on that right now.
Because you have a full management team. You have a manager now, you have a shooter. She comes in with, like, this big-ass camera. Like, she's a real deal. Already, this happened, like, a week ago. What were you doing for your job?
Well, I have to sit up and get ready for about 30 minutes, and then I'll just go on and go get me something to eat for breakfast, and then I'm going to work. But I work in a spring factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question, because everyone said that you were a teacher and got fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
I was going to say, because you're 21, I'm like, this is illegal. Who is a teacher?
Exactly.
So you weren't a teacher?
Or a bartender.
So
Either one.
And also, I've heard rumors that your dad is a preacher.
My father is so far from a preacher, it's crazy.
So everything has just been made up.
Oh, yeah. Like, none of it's true at all.
Oh man, she's got a fucking team. This is a little much now.
That's the problem right there.
Spend all that day.
And now you're not going to be able to.
I have someone that was harder to track down than Osama bin Laden. We have the Hawk-Tuah girl, Haley, here. This is your first podcast ever, first anything ever.
Yes, ma'am. He getting a Hawk-Tuah.
You gotta.
I mean, you cannot take.
Okay, so they're in on it.
You can't tape a viral moment.
Right, you can't take a viral moment like that and then make it into like a career. Like it was just it was a 2 second.
It was a fleeting thing that happened. And,
like there's money to be made, but
that was a hit.
This is the epitome of 15 minutes of
The one
fame.
time I say something
There's no
like that.
career to be built out of this when you need a management
It's
team.
like the biggest
That's a
thing
fucking
ever.
joke.
But I've also seen like a lot of controversy.
She'll probably get paid appearances for bars
bad
and
for
shit.
You that it, like you've gotten turned into the Hawk-Tuah girl
Yeah.
and like kind
She'll
of like
get an OnlyFans
I don't know.
then.
It's kind of creepy. Like, do creepy guys message you? Is it scary? Are you like, what the fuck did I do?
So the guy that does my hats, he got offered $600 like 3 days ago for me to spit in a jar and sell it. That is revolting. Like, that's disgusting.
That's crazy.
And I was like, should I do it? And I was like, no.
You should just like pour water in it.
Yeah, they would never know.
Yeah, nobody would know.
That's like the OnlyFans girls that fart in jars.
And sell it.
And sell them, but they're not actually farting in jars.
Yeah, or they're dirty drawers. That's just disgusting.
That's crazy. Yeah, I wonder, like, I bet there's a lot of creeps that are trying to like message you.
This really isn't even interesting.
No.
It's really not even interesting at all.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Jamie Foxx is almost better.
She's gonna, but you watch that. She's gonna milk it out for.
No, I mean, and look, she should. I just don't know what the
Hawk-Tuah. She got her own fucking.
Okay, that's autographing it. Okay. Hawk-Tuah hats. That's good.
Merch is fine.
The merch will probably make her a fucking good chunk of change.
Yeah, you know those hillbillies from fucking Georgia want to wear a Hawk-Tuah hat.
And if she's autographing it, look, it's fine. That's fine, but I don't think she's gonna be killing it. Well, she might be killing it in Cameo.
Oh, is she on Cameo?
Oh, I'm sure.
That's right, Pelosi, the one-man posse.
Would have been different if the first time she spoke out for the first time she said anything interesting. She's not that interesting of a person.
People are paying her $600.
It looks much. The spaghetti models, they're nowhere near us now. We're doing better, buddy.
It all depends on the high-pressure system, Jay.
Yeah, but there's
We need the Euro models.
There's not even a random spaghetti line going up towards
We
us.
need the macho.
He's got his own, but he has his own chart, Jay.
Spaghetti's macho.
He does his
plots.
own, yeah. And his
He's got-
Conan of
he's got it
Certainty.
back there right now, he's plotting them.
His Conan of Certainty covers 90% of the globe.
He's got a cone of certainty like Trump where he puts in the Sharpie. He puts in his own line.
He's got a. Listen, he's studying the high-pressure systems coming out of Canada right now. Okay, it might be moving down quick.
Petty's a weather dork. I love it.
The cone of uncertainty right now goes to Mexico, all the way to the Bahamas. You just never know. It turns. He's gonna be laughing.
Man, if we get hit with a hurricane, it better happen before the election because we're going to get lost in the shuffle.
Uh-huh.
I'll be begging him for sandbags.
You know, leave us on a fucking roof like Katrina.
I got power, right?
That's right.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
As much as I want to cover the Hawk-Tuah girl, I don't think there's a lot of substance there. I think there's some hillbilly naughtiness.
You did use this clickbait, though.
I know, so that's why we got to get through it. This is, from what I can gather, there was a podcast. I don't know who.
Barstool.
Oh, is it Barstool?
Yeah.
And they had her on, and she's not a school teacher. Her dad's not a preacher. She works at a spring factory.
I'm sorry, what?
A spring, a factory that makes springs.
Oh, okay.
Did you delete all of your social media?
Okay, so I deleted all my social media like 6 months ago due to like personal reasons. I never really got on it or anything like that.
Because of Pookie.
Pookie.
Because Pookie broke her heart. She was
spending too much time stalking guys.
Seth, if she would do this right, she'd have a little bit of a story. She would say, I deleted it because me and Pookie went through one hell of a breakup, and I just couldn't get over him. She should have a story to help sell the deal, right?
I mean that does make sense, Bubba. I just don't, maybe her team's just worried about getting those hats out right now.
I don't know. She should have said, I got rid of Instagram and everything. I went through a terrible breakup with Pookie.
Neil Malpa's there, 50 super chat.
Woo. Thank you, Neil.
Okay. So it didn't have anything to do with this.
Oh no, I was long gone before that.
Oh, so you were already gone from social media, and everyone thought that you deleted your social media because you were like scared of all of this blowing up, but you were gone.
I've been gone from it.
So are you going to come back?
I think we're working on that right now.
Because you have a full management team. You have a manager now. You have a shooter. She comes in with like this big ass camera. Like she's the real deal. Already, this happened like a week ago.
Man, I mean, really? Really? You had a fleeting moment, a fleeting viral
Whoa,
moment.
you've been her biggest fan, Bubba. You
No,
can't
I
turn
know.
on the bitch now.
But they're not marketing her right, Corey. They need to market her as a naughty.
You know when you talk about yourself like in plural, we. You're not a we, you're a person. But she has a management team
Well,
now.
I have to sit up and get ready for about 30 minutes, and then I'll just go on and go get me something to eat for breakfast, and then I'll go into work. But I worked in a spring factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question, because
Or a
everyone said that
bartender.
you were a teacher. And
By the way, she's not on Cameo, Lummy. She's missing it.
She is missing it.
She's missing it,
Oh,
man.
that'd be the easy money.
She's like, hey, this is Hallie, and I just want to tell you, Rodney, Jimmy bought you a Cameo, and he wanted me to say Hawk-Tuah on that wiener of yours.
fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
I was going to say, because you're 21, I'm like, this is illegal. Who are you teaching?
Exactly.
So you weren't
Yeah.
a teacher.
Or a bartender.
So
Either one.
And also, I've heard rumors that your dad is a preacher.
My father is so far from a preacher, it's crazy.
So everything has just been.
I mean, she's just some old Southern girl.
So what would you do with her, Bubba? Have her appearing at like strip clubs and stuff?
Yeah.
But yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. Like, none of it's true at all.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, the first thing is OnlyFans and Cameo and OnlyFans. That's what that's and of course this is the clip that she's most famous for right here.
You gotta give him that Hawk-Tuah and spit on that thing. You get me?
I have
she's even hanging
someone
out with Shaq,
who's harder
too.
to track down than Osama bin Laden. We have the Hawk-Tuah girl, Haley, here. This is your first podcast ever, first anything ever.
Yes, ma'am. He getting the Hawk-Tuah.
She's a lot better when she's drunk.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
going to be a thing too. Is she's,
Needs to get drunk.
It needs to have a couple drinks.
Okay, so they're in on
They
it.
know how I am, though, because, like, you can never tell what comes out of my mouth. I mean, it's a hit or a miss what comes out of my mouth. I
Well, it
just
goes in.
talk out of my
Oh, that
ass.
was a hit.
Yeah,
That was
that
a
time
big
it
hit.
was.
Let me who's the interviewer? She's pretty sporty.
Yeah, I think it's
But one time I
the
say
country
something like
guy's
that, of course.
wife.
You say Luke Bryan?
No, Zach Bryan.
Zach Bryan.
It's like the biggest thing ever. But I've also seen like a lot of controversy surrounding it. People
Oh, yeah.
feeling bad for you that it, like you've gotten turned into the Hawk-Tuah girl and like kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of creepy. Like, do creepy guys message you? Is it scary? Are you
Yes.
like, what the fuck?
The guy that does my hats, he got offered $600 like 3 days ago for me to spit in a jar and sell
I
it.
would have I'd have 1,000 jars sitting in front of her right now, labeled Hawk-Tuah Haley McGillicuddy.
Wow. We should track her down, Bub. I think you've really presented a better package than her
think
current
so.
management team can do for her.
Here's her current merchandising effort: hats that say Hawk-Tuah.
I mean, that's smart. I mean, they're probably getting $30 a hat for those. It's probably cost them $6.
They need to, man. I'm telling you right now, OnlyFans and Cameo. OnlyFans and Cameo, she'd be killing it.
Don't try and be a legitimate star. Be a whore.
Lummy, you know what? We're not back.
No, we're not for till Monday.
Jesus. Seth's going to be doing some pop-up gonzo podcasting. I'll be doing some pop-up live stuff as well. Let me feel free to do some pop-up live stuff.
Oh, I will. I'll be doing Go Reports and some other stuff.
Fantastic. Clem and Kush. Well, it's not going to be live, so I'll just say today on our podcasting forums, be looking for the new Clem and Kush. It'll be up, sometime mid-afternoon.
And Operation Pigmentation, right?
Operation Pigmentation is recorded today, but released tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Sweet.
Thank you.
Jay, appreciate you. Have a happy 4th.
Happy 4th to you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.